Sir, DKW Nellore, please respond. Sir, DKW Nellore. Sir, your audio is not audible, sir. Please check. సార్ కంటిన్యూగా మాట్లాడండి. బాగా లోగా వినిపిస్తుంది, ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి సార్ ఆడియో. Madam Deksha, madam, good morning, madam. Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, ma'am. Two more NRCC has to join, ma'am. Please, within 5 minutes, we will start the session, ma'am.
Sure.
Sir, good morning. NRC Vijayawada responding.
Yeah, okay, sir. Okay.
Sir, good morning. NRC Paradippuram responding, sir.
Yeah, okay, sir. Your audio is audible, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Anil sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Before starting the session, I want to know something regarding this master trainers. Everybody, please ensure that there must be active participation from our participants. So please explain briefly about the register and ask them to explain about their subject, one subject. Maybe it is history, maybe economics, maybe zoology, maybe botany or chemistry. So 5 minutes each one has to speak and record in their own mobile, so that again they can listen their voice, their audio, and they can correct also. And please, there are some of the participants, they are more active. You please prefer those participants who are not very active. So maybe some of the participants may feel shy. Some of the participants may have apprehensions of English communication or proficiency. So we have to identify them and we have to encourage them. So let them participate actively, let them be brave, let them be bold, so that the very important policy of instruction in English medium will roll very well. So I request, now I am clear and everybody should undertake this. Thank you. Now I may request Digvijay ji, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Yeah. It's time for you, sir. You can start.
Sir, I think some more people are coming at Nellore and Nandyal. Do you think we should wait for 4-5 minutes more?
Not necessary, sir, because
Not
they are already there. They may join immediately
Okay.
once it is started.
Yeah.
We can proceed.
2 minutes, sir.
Otherwise, the next session will be hampered.
Wait. Okay. Yeah. So, good morning, everybody. Let me introduce myself and what we are planning in the first 1.5 hours of your session from today till Saturday. So we have various. So my name is Digvijay. I work with IIT Madras as Assistant Vice President for mobilizing the CSR, and I'm based out of Bangalore. Along with that, I do consult various government departments and also some NGOs for implementing national education policy through IRL, which is industry relation and learning. We mainly facilitate various placements. So our strength is bringing companies, bringing placements, and that's what we do. So we have various. So when we discussed with Mr. I.S. Pola Bhaskar Garu and Dr. Anil Garu, so then we decided that there should be one session for expert guest lecturers every morning, 1.5 hours. So we have topics like self-awareness, nature of change, growth mindset, effective communication, and conflict resolution. So I hope this is just a beginning to get introduced to all of you, and probably we can organize placement drives for all your colleges in the future, as well as we can partner for other initiatives that are possible. So I'll request Diksha to introduce Neeru Singh ji, our today's guest speaker. Diksha, over to you.
So, good morning, everyone. I will take a moment to introduce our today's speaker, Neeru Singh. So, good morning, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Good morning.
So, Neeru, ma'am, she has started her professional journey with the Indian Administrative Service and then transitioned to the United Nations and has over 36 years of global managerial experience. She served with the United Nations in different organizations, including the United Nations in Nairobi, World Food Programme, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development in Rome, the Economic Commission for Africa in Ethiopia, and then with the Department of Management in New York. Since 2000, she has conducted in-person development and leadership program in Kenya, Ethiopia, Germany, USA, Italy, and Indonesia. She has also conducted programs for government officials and senior corporate leaders and is trained in leadership and personal development coach. She conducts regular program on leadership and personal development for the United Nations senior staff, and she is currently also serving as an independent director on 4 company boards. So that's about Neeru ma'am. And over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Diksha, can you see me?
Ma'am, can you
Hello?
repeat?
Can you see
Yes.
me? Am I visible and audible to you?
Yes, ma'am, very well.
Okay, all right. So there's something wrong with my laptop because I'm not able to see you, but it's okay. I can continue with the program. So thank you very much, Diksha, for that introduction. And I'm really very happy to be part of this program. So today, I would like to start the program with a thought that I would want all of you to think about, and that is, how well do you know yourself, right? Uh, we all believe and think that we know ourselves very well, but actually, when you think about it, we mostly have not spent much time understanding who we are and what makes us who we are. So I believe that we are very complex organisms, and perhaps as we are the most evolved species on the planet, we have the ability to think and analyze, but we would be surprised at how little we know about ourselves. And why is it important for us to know something about ourselves? Is because, self-awareness is our ability to consciously perceive, recognize, and understand ourselves, including one's thoughts, emotions, behaviors, strengths, weaknesses, values, and beliefs. So, we are a complex of all these things. Do we really know all of these things about ourselves? So we need to understand who we are in order to be more effective in whatever we do in our life, right? Even as professors, as leaders, as influencers, we need to understand who we actually are in order to be impactful in whatever we do in our life, right? If we cannot understand who we are, how are we going to appreciate the other people that we interact with, right? So it's very, very important for us to understand and feel and understand who we are. Okay. So we need to understand our personality, our identity, what motivates us, what we like, what we dislike. And we need to be in tune with our internal experiences and have an objective understanding of who we really are. And this actually comes first and foremost through self-reflection. Some of us do reflect on what we are doing in our day-to-day life, but many of us go through life in a very normal manner without really looking back or reflecting on what is happening in our life, right? So we need to, because in order to understand and be more self-aware, we need to really engage in introspection and self-reflection, right? In order to understand our own thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. We need to take the time to understand ourselves. And a part of this is very, very important is our own emotional intelligence. We can only control our mind and our emotions if we have emotional intelligence. And yet, most of us actually don't really understand emotional intelligence or emotional awareness. And many people who are self-aware, they can understand, okay, when I'm in this kind of situation, this is how I behave or react, right? And this is the reason why I behave that way. So, for example, when you were growing up, if you had a professor or there was a teacher who told you something negative, it may be impacted, in your mind. It may be stuck in your mind, and you may actually not be able to go beyond that expression that that teacher said. So if this teacher said, for example, you will never be good in math, that gets stuck in your mind. And every time you are faced with a situation where you have to use your math skills, you believe that you will never be good in math. So we need to be really understanding of who we are in order to be effective in the world. So the people who are self-aware are more effective, they're more impactful, and people really look up to them because they have a sense of self, which people who are not self-aware do not have. The other part of it is that, you need to have personal growth and development is a constant part of our life journey. And that personal growth and development comes out of self-awareness, because it is only when you understand where you are lacking or where you need more strengthening that you actually need to have a sense of personal development. That is where the sense of self-development comes up, right? So we really need to understand this personal weaknesses and our own lack of certain skills in order to develop those personal traits. So it's a lifelong process. Self-awareness is not something that you will do today and then forget about tomorrow. It is something which is an ongoing process of that you go through in life. It's a valuable skill because it helps you to manage yourself and your emotional intelligence, and it also helps with your decision making. So when you are self-aware, you take better decisions. And your interpersonal relationships also become stronger. So by developing self-awareness, individuals can lead a more fulfilling and authentic life, make better choices, and align with their own values and create positive impacts in their personal and professional life. So from this, I would like to ask you to maybe answer. Let me see if I can put on my video. Okay. All right. So anyway, I am not able to get the screen to show me or everybody here, but I would like to interact with you, and I would like you to tell me, what do you do in order to develop your sense of self-awareness, if anything? You can put it in the chat. Okay. 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 I can't see you, so I'm not able to interact. But let me continue, right? I would like to share with you 3 tools that will help you to become more self-aware. The first tool will help you to understand where you are in different areas of your life, right? And I'd like to share my screen with you, and I'm not able to do that. Okay, right. Just 1 second. I will open my screen. Okay. Again, I'm not able to open that, but this is it is called the Wheel of Life. And let me see if I can open it. Can you hear me? Everybody, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am.
All right. I do sincerely apologize, and I think now I have. Uh, can you see my screen now?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, in case you're
Ma'am,
sharing
do
the
you want
screen,
any
it's
help
not
from my side,
visible.
ma'am?
I don't know how this is not working right now. I have the screen.
Otherwise, please send your PPT to
It's
Anil sir. We will share from my side.
um,
Even Diksha can.
okay. So how do I share it? I don't have your email. I can share it with Digvijay. Can I share it with you?
Yeah.
Madam, even you can share it to my WhatsApp.
No, I
9441257.
can't. I can't share it to the WhatsApp. So if you can send me,
Yeah, APCCE. I can share my email ID to you.
yeah, please do that.
Yeah.
No, no. Can you share the email? What is it? Anil?
Yeah, I'm sharing. I'm sharing. Anil. Listen. Madam, I shared my email
Diksha's
to
mail.
your
You have Diksha's mail.
WhatsApp.
Diksha will be here with you. So if
Okay.
you can, I have texted you Diksha's mail also.
Diksha's name. Okay, hang on. Yeah. All right. I'll send it to Diksha. I've sent it to Diksha. Diksha, can you please share the circle? There is a thing that has got a circle.
Yes, ma'am, just a minute. I'm connecting to it.
colorful circle. Can you see that colorful circle?
Ma'am, I can see I just yet not received the mail. Just a moment. I've not received. Not received. Not received. Mail.
Did you get it?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Okay. Operations.vir. Okay, I'm sending it again. Okay. Anyway, so what I want to say about this is I'm opening it on my screen. There are different areas of your life, right? There's health, friends and family, wealth, relationships, learning and personal growth, your possessions, your career, your contribution to the world, and spirituality. Okay. So these different areas of your life are what um, constitutes your whole life at this moment, right? And I see. I think I'm not being allowed to share my content. That is what message I'm getting, that I'm not given the ability to share my content. Diksha, have you received the email now?
Uh,
Madam, actually you are the presenter. You are also co-host. You can share.
I'm saying,
Yeah. Maybe check your network issue also.
net is fine because the video is good.
But you are the presenter now. Even earlier too.
Guruji, you're not audible. You're on mute. Plus, if you just try to share it, you'll be able to share. Even if without slides also, you can continue. No issues.
And
Guruji,
otherwise
you
you
are
can,
on mute.
madam, otherwise you can log out and once again join back. Then things will be settled down. You can
yeah.
log out, madam, and again you can join.
No, it's okay. I will just continue. So there are different areas of your life, right, which are um, um, which constitutes what your life is right now: health, friends and family, wealth, relationships. How much are you doing for your personal growth and learning, your contribution to the world, your career, and spirituality? These are different areas of your life. So, this tool that I wanted to share with you is a tool which will give you a snapshot of what your current life is. So, for example, if your health is very good, you would um, give yourself a 10 for health. And if you have great relationship with your friends and family, you would give yourself an 8, right? But if you are not doing so well in your career, you would give your career a 3, right? Now, this tool is a snapshot. It keeps changing through our life. And I will share this with Mr. Anil. I had actually shared it for last week's group. You can share the content that I had sent you last week, Mr. Anil, for the group. And uh, you can look at these different areas of your life and give yourself from 1 to 10. Those areas which are less than 5 are the areas that you need to focus on and concentrate on. Okay, so this is called the life mastery circle. You will not be able to see it as a circle in your own life, when you do it yourself, but you will be able to see which area of your life is actually not functioning that well. And when you are able to understand that you are not spending that much effort in that area of your life, you can then correct that. Okay, so that is a life mastery circle. The second thing, which is very, very important, is something called the core values. So, a core value is something that defines you as a person, and everybody's core values are different. And if this core value is not met or is challenged in a situation, it makes you unhappy or challenges you in a negative way. So, for example, if I am a person who has a high level of ethics and integrity, and I'm an extremely honest person, and if I'm forced to go to work in a situation where every day people around me are being dishonest, my core value will be challenged every single day and I will not be happy. So, if you want to be happy and you want to find peace in life, you need to be in a job or in a situation which doesn't challenge your core values every single day. So, for example, if a person is a very peace loving person and you give him a job in the army where every day he has to take a gun and practice with ammunition and talk about war, this person will not be able to be happy in that situation. So similarly, we have these kind of values. Like if you are a housewife, for instance, you could have a core value of extreme cleanliness and perfection in your home. So if anybody comes into your home and disrupts that, then it upsets you, right? So it's very important for us to find out what is your core value. And the best way to find out what are your core values is if you are rattled or upset or um, not happy in a situation, the question you need to ask yourself, which of my core values is being challenged right now? And you will be able to find that your core values actually uh, can be identified. Normally, we have a lot of core values, but the top 5 or 6 core values is what you need to find out. And the best way to find that out is if you look at different values. Like I said, ethics and integrity. I talked about somebody being peace loving. So another person could be very altruistic, he could be a very giving person, right? And he or she is stuck in a situation where people don't want to think about other people. So you need to find out what is it that is your core value, and find out 4, 5, or 6 of these core values maximum and focus on them. And you will find, and you can test this in your life, you will find that um, the best way for you to know what is your core value is if something bothers you, then uh, that your core value is being challenged. Okay, so for example, you may be a very loving person and you are stuck in a situation where you are not able to express your love, right? You have to hold on to your emotions and not express it. You may be feeling very challenged by that. So your core value can be any number of things, and everybody's core values, like I said earlier, are very, very different, right? So now, the the first one we talked about was the life mastery circle, and you will be receiving those 10 or 11, 12 different areas of your life that you can you can actually grade yourself on a score of 1 to 10. The second is find your core values. When you find your core values, your level of awareness about yourself increases, right? This is very, very critical. Your core values actually don't normally change in your entire life. Sometimes they change when you have a really major life event, right? And that then makes you change your core values. But your core values are something that you have grown up with. They are something that you may have imbibed from your parents and your environment, from your teachers and the people around you. So you all as professors should really understand that you are molding uh, the next generation, and many of you have contributed to the core values of your students, right? So your core values, your example, your presence is extremely important, not only in defining your own core values but also the core values of the people around you, okay, and the students around you, more importantly, because they have impressionable minds and they are growing up. They are very uh, ready to imbibe. So if you give a bad example, then it is likely that the students will imbibe a negative core value. So for example, at work, if your ethics is that you're always late for class and you are not very serious about your work, right? And the students can imbibe from that, that it is okay to be, not so serious about the work that you do. Okay. So the core values are very important. Particularly as professors in universities, your core values are extremely important. And then, I would like to talk about something which many people might already be familiar with, but it is an important tool for you to understand. It's an important tool for you to understand that who you are and yourself, right? Now, this tool is used in management, it's used by universities, it's used by colleges, and it's also used in companies in order to understand how to deal with a particular situation. So this is called the SWOT analysis, right? You list your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and um, your threats, right? And this is more in reference to a situation. So, for example, if you, for instance, have lost a job and now you're applying for new jobs, then in that situation you can do a SWOT analysis of yourself. You list your strengths, you list your weaknesses. And listing your weaknesses is very important because then you know exactly what you need to learn in order to overcome those weaknesses. What are the opportunities? Because there could be new opportunities in your field, right? So you need to list those opportunities. And then what are the threats? There is a lot of competition. There are many more applicants than there are jobs, right? These are the kind of things that you can list as threats. So the SWOT analysis also is a very important tool for self-awareness, right? And um, it is used, like I said, with the companies and organizations and people to understand uh, what they can do in order to overcome their weaknesses, in order to overcome the threats that they are facing in their particular situations in life. The difference with the SWOT analysis is that you normally use it for a particular situation, right? Like I gave you a situation that you're applying for a new job. Uh, that's the time you would do a SWOT analysis, okay, for yourself. And you can see that you can also use it for companies, you can also use it for situations like that. Yeah, so I think you have shared, Mr. Anil has shared the first exercise, right? The life mastery, right? So take each one of these areas of your life and rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. How is this area of your life? This will help you to identify the areas of your life that need attention. So if you, like I said earlier, for example, health, if your health is not very good and you are rating yourself at 4, you need to focus on your health. If your friends and family relationships are not good, then you can rate yourself there as well, right? So this is a very valuable tool. And if we can scroll down, the second exercise is to identify your 6 core values. And the third exercise is to identify your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. Okay. So I would like to reach out to all of you. You can ask me a question. So, for example, GDCW Vishakha, you could, one of you, please ask any question on anything that I have said so far. Or NRC Kadapa. Okay. So I would like to say one thing, in my own journey, in my own experience, right? Self-awareness is one of the most important attributes that we need to have as individuals, right? Okay, I can see there is somebody who has raised their hand in Guntur. Please ask the question.
Good morning, madam.
Yeah, good morning, good morning.
From NRC Kadapa, madam.
Yes,
Madam,
yeah, please.
even if you are enlightened in a particular situation, after
Yes,
some time, if it comes again,
yes.
the same mind will not act in the same way as it acted in the past.
Sorry, you'll have to repeat that. I could not hear you clearly.
If I am aware of the situation at a particular moment,
Yes,
if the same situation arises later,
yes.
the same mind will not be in the same way.
Correct, because you are constantly changing. You are not the same person today that you were yesterday.
I am the same person, madam, facing the same problem.
No, you are not, because you are constantly evolving, right? Every single day you are growing and you are changing. So therefore, to do either you do the life, whether it is the life mastery circle or whether it is the SWOT analysis, these two things will keep on changing depending on the situation and the time, right? So you are not a static person, you are a constantly evolving being, is something you need to understand and to realize. I think you would know that, sir, that constantly we are not, there is a very old story which I will share with you. This is from the time of Lord Buddha. So Lord Buddha was sitting in a meeting, and one very wealthy businessman came up to him, went up to Lord Buddha and spat on him. Now, people around Buddha were very upset. They went up to this man and they pushed him away. But now, this man who had done this act was full of remorse. He was feeling very, very sad and very upset. He wanted to apologize. So the next day, he went again to Lord Buddha and he said, I want to apologize. I'm really sorry I did this. I was not in my senses. So Lord Buddha said, I cannot accept your apology. So everybody was shocked because Buddha is such a compassionate person, right? So they said, how can the Buddha not accept the apology? How can he not be compassionate? So what Buddha said was, he said, when I meet the person who spat on me, I will accept his apology, but you are not that person anymore. You have grown. You have changed between yesterday and today, right? So understand that we are all the time constantly evolving, right? You may think you are the same person that was there yesterday, but we have changed and we are changing every single moment. And that is one thing we need to be aware of. And that is actually our strength. To be able to change is one of our strengths. Okay. So I hope that answers your question, the gentleman from Guntur, right?
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Is it audible from NRC Anantapuram?
Yes, I can hear
Dr.
you.
Brinda, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to ask a question to you about the life mastery
Yes.
cycle.
Yes.
Position. So sometimes
Possession. Yes.
sometimes we are the people, we are very much focused on possession on persons or material or something. How to overcome in possession accept, ma'am.
So the thing is, possession is in this life mastery circle, it is just an indicator of where you are, right? So you are asking me a more of a philosophical question, which I understand, that how you want to overcome your desire to have more possessions, right? Am I right?
Yeah, ma'am. No, sometimes
Yeah.
we are very much possessive towards anything.
Yes. And there is something, nothing
How to
wrong
overcome?
with that. Uh-huh.
Sometimes we have our students from that strategy. So at that times, how
Yes.
to overcome, how to deliver our students about it.
Yeah, we are living in a very materialistic world, madam. And I totally understand and I agree. And everything is about more and more things, and everything is about the latest iPhone and the latest mobile phone and the latest branded clothes and the latest everything, right? So everybody is, from the moment our children are born in today's world, they are constantly running after more and more possessions, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the thing to explain to your students, in my opinion, and I may be, this is only an opinion, right, is that your happiness is not inside your possessions, right?
Yes.
Because the more possessions you have doesn't necessarily mean you will become more happy. If you have 50 iPhones, it will not make you more happy than when you have one iPhone, right?
Yes.
So it is not, the happiness is not in your iPhone or in possessing. What the children feel today is, the reason why they go after possessions is because they feel a sense that I want to compete. If my friend has the latest phone, I have to have the latest phone, right? It is a matter of one upmanship, and the whole world has become very, very materialistic. But the first thing I would do if I was in your position, madam, is to look at my own self and am I giving the right example to my students, right?
Yes.
That is the only thing we can do, is to give them the right example, I feel.
Okay.
Because you all as professors have a very, very valuable role to play. in molding the minds of the students, in making them good citizens of our country,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And that can only happen when we are ourselves centered and focused. So first, that brings us back to what we were talking about, our own self-awareness, right?
Yes.
Because if we are aware of our own self and what makes us who we are, then we will be able to guide our students better, right? Okay.
Yes.
I hope that
Okay.
answers the question.
Yeah. Sometimes it may leads to decrease in mental stability of the students also, ma'am.
Yes, of course. Yes. And that is why it is very important for us to, you can share, for instance, this life mastery circle with your students. You can talk to them about what I'm saying right now, because students also need to be self-aware, and
Yeah.
this knowledge of your own values is very important, right? And
Right.
by sharing this example with by sharing this experience, this particular uh, these particular exercises with your students, you can help them to be more self-aware. Of course, it will help you as well, but it can also help you to be help them to be more self-aware. So you also saw the SWOT analysis, right? So the SWOT analysis is very important and very good in a particular situation, when you need to
Yes.
make a decision, right? When you need to uh, do better.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions? So, when you are self aware, one other very important part of your being self aware is also you need to look after yourself, right? NRC, sorry, this is government college. I can't read the whole. Anantapuram. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, exactly. Madam, on one, you are saying that we should have contentment.
Sorry, I can't hear you clearly.
Madam, my question is,
Yes.
on one hand, we are saying that we should have contentment to get happiness.
Sorry?
We are not saying that we should have contentment to have happiness. Am I right, ma'am?
I am not able to hear you very well. Is it possible for you to come to the chat and ask your question?
Sure. Sure.
Madam, good morning. This is Dr. Saranya, Vishakhapatnam Government Degree College, Purbavan, Vishakhapatnam. Ma'am, what you have mentioned is 10 points for life mastery cycle.
Yes.
In that is more important, I think, my personal opinion regarding that cycle is, every time, generally people will compare with others. Coming to wealth point of view, everyone will compare their wealth with others. But if we do the comparison with self, it is obviously an improvement for the self. Because today I may have something. After 10 years, I may increase my wealth, I may increase my health with my self-discipline. Right? So I think satisfaction is more important while calculating this life mastery cycle. I hope so. Isn't it, ma'am? Just one way.
Sorry, I'm really sorry, madam. I could not hear your question very well. Can you please write it in the chat?
Yeah, sure.
And the gentleman also who was asking that question earlier, please put it in the chat, because I'm not able to. Your sound is very unclear. Please share in the chat. Okay, I can't, I don't see any questions on the chat.
Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes. Yeah, you know, your voice is audible. I can hear you, but it's not clear. So can you?
Yeah.
Can you please? Can you please? Can you please put it in the chat?
Ma'am, good morning, madam. We are from NRC.
Yes, good morning.
Can you explain the real meaning of wealth, ma'am?
I can't hear you. Your voice is very faint.
Can you explain the real meaning of wealth, ma'am?
The real meaning of wealth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so these different areas actually can be interpreted by you subjectively. It is what you think is wealth. So so for example, it could be you may think that your children are your wealth. You may think that your family and your relationships are your wealth. So it is your interpretation of wealth. Okay, so it can also mean physical wealth. It can also mean, you know, how much money you have, right? How much your financial wealth, your investments, your properties, whatever it is that you own, right? It could mean that as well.
Excuse me, NRC Visakhapatnam.
Yes.
Madam, I have a doubt, madam.
Yes.
Hope I'm audible to you, madam.
Yes, I can hear you.
Madam, don't you think that being positive is a negative in some sense, that we become more overconfident when we are more positive? What do you think about this?
There is a very big difference between confidence and being positive, right? Tomorrow, I mean, little bit later in this week, I'll be talking about, about this later when we are talking about the growth mindset, right? So, having a positive mind is very important. It's not necessarily linked only to your self confidence or being overconfident, right? So when you say that if I have a positive mindset, I will become overconfident, you are not being fair to yourself. It is only when you have a positive thought or positive mindset that you can actually achieve anything you want in your life, right? But if you think that self confidence is linked to you know overconfidence is linked to a positive mindset, I think that is not a correct equivalency. Okay. Personally, I believe, and we will be talking about it next Thursday in detail. So I will talk about that. Okay. But I don't want to get into it here because we will be going there. Okay. Now I can see there are a lot of questions here. So from Chittur, what is the role of satisfaction? No.
No, actually, ma'am, I think you can hear us.
Yes.
We are from Chittoor. Actually, the major role is the happiness index at every part of life, whether you are a teacher or in other some profession or as an individual. Happiness index.
Sorry, I'm not able to hear you, madam.
Happiness index.
Happiness index. Okay.
Yeah,
So you are saying what is the role of happiness index? Okay. Okay. Yes. So the role of the happiness index is, so which index are you talking about? Are you talking about the life mastery circle?
Yeah, any part of the life, whether you're a teacher or in some other profession or as an individual, because Indians plays major role, and we try to lessen the gap between our expectations and outcome, so that only we'll be happy. So how this life mastery cycle?
Okay, so the life mastery cycle is only a snapshot of what you are, where you are in your life right now, right? It is not necessarily linked to happiness, but yes, it is linked to your happiness, because when you select an 8 out of 10, it also indicates, for example, for example, if you say for friends and family, if you say 8 out of 10, that means you are happy with that area of your life, right? When you look at your career and you say my career is a 9 out of 10, that means you are happy with your career, right? And if you give your career a 3, that means you are not happy with your career. It is your subjective evaluation, right? So although happiness is not directly linked with the life mastery circle, it is obviously built into it, because you will be deciding on the 1 to 10 scale based on uh, whether you are happy with that area of your life or not, right? I hope that answers your question.
Yes, yes,
Yes, yes, from Mr. NRC Kadapa.
Namaskar, madam.
Yes.
I am very fortunate to be here with you, madam.
Yes, please.
He told constant involvement in solving a problem when it occurs again, madam. Constant involvement is required to solve a problem if it occurs again.
So NRC, a gentleman from NRC Kadapa, could you please write your question in the chat? Your voice is breaking up.
Madam?
Yes.
Madam?
Yes.
You told the constant involvement in solving a problem if it occurs again. You told constant involvement.
Yes.
In solving a problem.
Constant involvement in solving a problem.
If it occurs again.
So the
1 minute, madam. My question is, in Bhagavad Gita, in Sri Maha Bhagavad Gita, told that Maya sometimes appears on the awareness of the man.
Maya, okay.
How can we come out from that Maya, madam?
Okay. So how can we come out of Maya when it comes into the awareness of man, right? See, we are all humans, right? And we are subject to these things. And that is why it is written in the Bhagavad Gita. So all I can say to you is that another way in which you can increase your self-awareness is through meditation, right? Through meditation, you become much more self-aware, and then that distinction between Maya and reality becomes much more clear. So I would recommend and advise for us to, for you to try meditation and self introspection at that time, because meditation is very powerful. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions? I think there were a couple more questions, right? Okay. So I would like to, go back to something which I had started, okay? That it is very important also for us, when we are self aware, to look after our own health and well being, right? So we need to look after, we need to have self-care for ourselves. Otherwise, it's likely that you have stress, you have burnout, right? And you need to have a work-life balance. So these are all very important parts of self-awareness. How healthy and capable are you is very important. So again, as part of self-care, what I just answered that question from NRC Kadapa, it's very important to go and do some kind of introspection, meditation, and it doesn't mean that there is any particular denomination or religion that you need to follow. Just sitting and observing your own mind and your emotions, right, is a very powerful form of developing self-awareness, right? If you can learn meditation, nothing like it. If you can't, just sitting and observing yourself. We don't have the time in our day-to-day life to do this kind of introspection. And one of the things which I will advise and I would say is a very powerful tool for self-awareness is, at the end of the day, 5 minutes. Just spend 5 minutes to realize what happened during the day, what was good, and what was not so good. So whatever was not so good, what can you do to make it better, right? If you just do that one introspection for 5 minutes a day, you will find that you will be able to make a lot of changes in your life. Otherwise, you get up in the morning, you get ready, go to work, come back, and just go to sleep. And there is no introspection and very little learning from what happened in your life. So it's very important for us to do that. Okay. Now I can see that the Life Mastery Circle has come. Can everybody see it? Hello, can everybody see the Life Mastery Circle, or am I only seeing it? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay. Okay. So this is the Life Mastery Circle, which I wanted to show you earlier, right? Of course, you will not get it in this kind of a format because obviously you don't have the tool to do this, but you can still do this exercise, by rating yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. Okay. If you have the other exercise for the values, you can put that on next. Okay. There is okay. So
Madam, we don't have.
You don't have
Other slides, ma'am. Only that image is I have.
All right. No, don't worry.
Okay, ma'am.
So if you focus a little bit on yourself by doing these 3 exercises, by every evening when before you go to sleep, spending 5 minutes to ask yourself the question, what did I do today? What worked and what didn't work? What can I do to make it better for tomorrow? Just this simple questions, you would have really moved very far ahead in your stage of self-awareness. So self-awareness will help you to align with your personal values, and it will help you to identify your strengths and weaknesses, make you much more emotionally intelligent, and it will also help you to prioritize your own self-care. right? Your physical health is extremely important in the journey of self-awareness. There's no point in you being sick all the time, and then you really don't have a level of self-awareness, right? So it's very important for everybody, for all professors and all educators, to understand that your personal health is really important for you to do your job. Okay? And yeah. The other thing which I'd like to stress is, every time you need to keep growing, you need to keep learning, right? Because we are, when we achieve a great deal in our life, when we become PhDs, when we have a lot of degrees, when we are highly qualified in the eyes of the world, it's very easy to suddenly step back and say, oh my gosh, I've done enough now. I don't want to grow. I don't want to learn anything. But I would like to say to you, even though you are all educators and highly, very senior people, that learning is a lifelong journey. And even though you may have achieved a great deal, there is always something for us to learn and grow. And it is very important to keep on challenging yourself and growing. Not only because you will provide a really good example to your students, but also because you will actually have a great sense of satisfaction in yourself because you are doing something that is challenging you. So, if you have identified particularly some weaknesses in your personal development journey, those are the kind of things you can focus on, right? Very often, we become very used to being in our comfort zone, so we don't want to challenge ourselves. You say, okay, I've done enough, now I don't need to do any more, right? But I am suggesting to you that you need to come out of your comfort zone and you need to grow and you need to develop. So, the journey of self awareness is very, very important. It is a basis for everything else as a human being, right? Years and years ago, some of the Greek philosophers that they are well known for just said, man, know thyself, right? Because everything starts with us knowing ourselves. And even in our own ancient traditions, it is all a journey of self understanding and self growth, right? So, I want to ask a question to you all, and maybe you can answer that. How many of you here feel that they really know themselves? How well do you know yourself? So NRCKKD asked me a question, so I'll answer that. Contentment or struggle to achieve goals? Which of the two gives us more happiness? So it depends on the kind of person you are. Everyone in these rooms that we have today are different individuals. Some people are, content not to do anything, right? And some people prefer to go after their goals, and that's what gives them happiness, So it is not the same for everybody because everybody is different. NRCKKD, you want to say something?
It depends upon the individual. You say like that.
Sorry?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Now, perfect. I can hear you.
Yeah, my question is, ma'am,
Yes.
struggle and contentment are two things. Which gives more happiness to the person? You say that it depends upon the individual.
Absolutely. So every one of us is unique, no? So because we are all unique, some people, they believe that, I've done enough. I'm very contented. I don't need to do anything more. Other people keep on challenging themselves, and for them, happiness is in the struggle to achieve their goals, right? So everybody is a different human being, and neither of the two is better than the other, right?
One more question is,
Yes.
does success always leads to happiness?
Does success always lead to happiness? I don't think so, right? Success doesn't necessarily lead to happiness, right? Okay, I'll give you an example. Suppose you have been wanting to buy a car. Okay, for a very long time you have been wanting to buy a particular car, and one tomorrow you now have the ability to buy that car tomorrow. So you go to the showroom, you buy the car, and you're very happy, right? You bring the car home, and after a few days, it is just a car, right? You are no longer so happy because you have that car. It's just a it's just a possession, right? So what I'm saying is happiness is not attached to an object or a situation. Happiness is something that comes from within you, right?
Success may be a part of happiness, but it is not alone happiness, ma'am.
It is not the same as happiness. Success can give you happiness, but every person in these rooms, every one of you defines success in a different way, right? My idea of success can be different from your idea of success, and every one of your colleagues will define success in a different way. A mother may define success as seeing the success of her child, right? A professional uh, professor may say that my promotion is my success, and that is my happiness, right? Somebody else may say that um, if I achieve recognition, that is my success. So everybody's idea of success is different, so you cannot say that it is the same for everybody, right? So contentment and struggle, both of them can be a source of happiness depending on the person, right? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. One more question I would like to ask you is,
Yes.
many professionals are nowadays struggling to achieve balance between their personal life and professional life.
Yes.
Can you throw some light on this aspect, ma'am?
Yeah. So, many years ago when I was with the United Nations, many of these jobs, including your jobs, sort of consume your entire life. You come home and you bring your office home with you in your mind, right? And I'm sure many of you who have to prepare your lessons and go to university and give the lectures, etc., many of you have the same problem. And then I learned a very important technique that when I used to leave my office and I turned the key, I started to drop my office in the office. And I would pick it up the minute I opened the door the next day. It was not always possible because there are times when I was expected to do things beyond the office hours. But that was a very important and simple tool, which many of you can also, inculcate in your life, because both areas of your life, whether it is home, whether it is the office, both of them are equally important. and your family deserves your time, particularly when your children are growing up. The most important thing you can do for them is to give them your time. So I think everybody has to develop their own way of dealing with what they call work-life balance, right? But certainly, I've seen it in the Western world, right? We in India tend to become more obsessed with our office work. In the West, you'd be surprised that you cannot reach a doctor on a weekend, right? Even if you're sick, you can go to a hospital. Well, you will get emergency care. But if you want to go to a private doctor, he's not available on the weekend, and you have to deal with that. Similarly, if you need a plumber, you need an electrician, on a weekend, they are just not available because for them, that is their precious time with their families, right? We in India blur those lines a lot, but we need to set our own boundaries and we need to set our own, expectations, right? Personally, I have found that if I worked properly during my week in my office, there was no need for me to carry it over on the weekend, right? If I was not efficient during the week, then the problem was that I had to do it over the weekend, right? So that needs to be something that we need to develop ourselves.
Thank you, ma'am. Your suggestions are so good, but sometimes it may not be possible. The work life and personal life are overlapping for the professionals. I think so.
It is overlapping, and what I'm saying is that all of us, every one of us has to create tools which help you to define the boundaries, right? You have to do it for your own sanity, right? So I think you're right and you are wrong. You're right in the sense that definitely it's a challenge, and but there are tools and there are ways we can do it. Somebody else have a question?
Good morning. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Ramesh from DDC Gudan, Visakhapatnam.
Sorry, from where?
From Visakhapatnam, DDC Gudan.
Visakhapatnam. Okay.
There is a saying that man is present to liberty, nothing else. Basing on this, everybody should do for the welfare of the society or welfare of the individual well-being. If it is so, what could be added to this?
Sorry, I'm really sorry, but again, your voice is not very clear. Can you come closer to the mic?
Yes, ma'am.
Closer to the mic?
Yes. Madam, am I audible?
So, can you write it in the chat, please? I will answer.
Madam?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
There is a saying.
Yes. There is a saying. Sorry?
Ma'am,
Yes.
in many sectors, we observe that high IQ people are working under low IQ people. Why it is happening?
Yeah, that's very true. You're right. That is the reality of life, unfortunately, in every area of life, right? Uh, See, you may think that that person is low IQ, but he or she probably has some skills that we don't have, right? It may be that they are more cunning. It may be that they are more, you know, they have more skills in certain areas, right? Which we do not have, right? So the only way to deal with that is to keep on constantly improving yourself and to constantly learn and to grow, right? And but I will tell you this: it has been my experience in my life that this is a reality of life. And I won't say low IQ. I will say people who are less qualified and less skilled sometimes are holding really important positions, right? And in fact, quite often are. And people who are much more qualified and um, much better are holding not so important positions. So the only way we can deal with this, I feel, that is that we should focus on ourselves, make ourselves better. We can't do anything about the other person. The only thing that we have in our hands is ourselves, right? So constantly grow, understand what your weaknesses are, make yourself invincible, learn, continuously learn. That is what I'd like to say. And I think now I have a question from um, the gentleman from GDCW Vishaka. Man is measured to everything basing on this, saying every individual should do for the welfare of individual well-being and societal. And if it is so, what could be added to it? Absolutely. I think it is our absolute duty as human beings, as long as we are on this planet. I remember something that my mother used to say. Unfortunately, she's no longer with us. She always said that when you go to a new place, any new place, whether it's at work or you're moving from one place to another, whenever you go to a new place, when you leave it slightly better than you found it, right? If all of us contributed a small amount, and I'm not saying that we have to be revolutionaries, but if we contributed a small amount to making the world a little bit better, we would have done our job as human beings, as towards society. The other thing I will say to you is that when you do something for somebody else without expecting anything in return, the kind of satisfaction and fulfillment that you feel is unparalleled. So try to contribute and do something worthwhile, no matter how small, for somebody else who may be less qualified than you or who may be less privileged than you, and see how you feel. Just that act of giving without expecting anything in return is phenomenal. So if out of my talk, actually, thank you so much to the gentleman from Vishaka, Patnam. Thank you so much for this question, because this is something which is very, very dear to me. I have finished most of my professional life. Okay. Now, what I do is because I want to do it. And to meet and to interact with wonderful people like you, it's such an opportunity. I cannot tell you, because I'm learning from you as well. Right? So, I'm here today because I feel that there is something I can contribute. Maybe if I can contribute to even a few people in this group, I can feel better about it, doing something worthwhile, right? So go out. Don't, in today's society, it's all about what's in it for me. It's all about how much am I going to get out of it, right? And this is the way the private sector in the world works. This is the way people are. It's all about what am I going to get out of it in terms of monetary or financial benefit. But the reality is, just go out there and do something for somebody, anybody, without expecting anything in return, and see how energized you feel, how elevated you feel, how fulfilled you feel, right? And that can only come out of self awareness. When you are aware of who you are, right? Every one of you, are amazing individuals, right? You are already doing so much for society by working with young people. Inspire them, become role models for them, help them to grow and develop. You have such an opportunity. You don't have to go anywhere. You can just work with the students that you have in your classroom. If you can inspire out of 100 kids, if you can inspire 5 or 10 to really blossom into fantastic individuals, your job, you have contributed so much. You don't understand what a great opportunity you have, right? When we talk about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, you all have such an amazing opportunity to mold the minds of the next generation of students, right? And not only students, the next generation of people in this country who are going to run this country after 10 years, 20 years, 15 years. These children will be in positions of importance. And you, as professors, as students, would have contributed to that. I'll end, before I end, I want to share the story of many, many Indians who have gone abroad and who are doing fantastically well. So there's a story of Mr. Sundar Pichai, who, as you know, is doing amazingly well in the United States. He came back to India, and the first thing he did is he went to visit this one teacher who had inspired him and who he really felt a deep bond to. He went to thank this elderly lady who is now retired, and she's elderly, and he came from the US, went to visit her because he wanted to thank her for the contribution she made to his life. So, frankly, probably Mr. Pichai may not have been where he is right now had it not been for the contribution of that teacher. So, that's what I'd like to end with. You all, as educators, you're blessed. You have such a tremendous opportunity. And I don't know if you all understand what a great difference you can make to the lives of people. So every day when you go to work, when you speak to your students, understand how important your job is, right? And that job you will be able to do even much better if you have a greater amount of self-awareness. And you should constantly be challenging yourself to study and grow, to learn and grow, and inspire. That is what the way I look at your job. If I was in your shoes, that would be my aim, to inspire students to become the best version of who they are. It could be that uh, these days there are so many people who are doing startups. Maybe if you are in a technical area, you can help your students to start a startup, right? They could, or if the student wants to sit for some exam, you could inspire them to sit for that exam, right? If the student wants to do anything else, you can guide them in the right direction, right? So, with that, I must say I'm sorry about the technical problems I had at the beginning of this program, but it's always such a pleasure to interact with all of you. You are an inspiration to me. So I'm really happy to have been here, and I look forward to seeing you later in the week when we will talk about, um, the growth mindset. We'll do that a little bit later. Okay. Unless there are any other questions, I can, conclude this program. If you have a question, please, I'm happy to answer. Okay. Diksha, are you there?
Madam, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Even
Thank you all for being here and
yeah,
for being patient with my technical issues. Thank you.
thank you very much, madam.
Thank you.
Dear participants from all NRCs, you can take 10 minutes tea break, and the next session is already joined, I think, Dr. Nagaraj sir. Please come back by 11:45. Thank you all.
Is my microphone on? Can you see me on the screen?
Sir, your mic is okay. Audio is audible.
Good. Before the class begins, because they're all settling down, I would like to give some instructions to them if they can hear me. All of you, before you take your seats in the halls. I think I see one screen here. This is a Nellore. I think, can somebody highlight this Nellore? GDCW Nellore?
Yeah, that is Nellore, sir.
All of you, please see that seating there. If possible and whenever convenient, please sit two to a table. Or if you need some physical adjustment, pull your chairs, drag your chairs here and there, and don't leave any chairs in the front vacant. See that two of you sit together in pairs. All those who are sitting at the back, please come to the front rows.
Please, Nellore, please follow instruction. The program coordinator and master trainers, please arrange like this.
Yeah. Take 1 or 2 minutes and then please reorganize yourselves to sit in pairs. There must be two to a table or two chairs together.
And I think all respective nurses, please come soon.
Yeah.
The program coordinator, please arrange like this. I request all 18 NRCs, please join immediately.
I would like your class to look like this. So each center perhaps has a coordinator. So if there are coordinators or people in charge of the program happening there, please take the initiative and see that the seats are reorganized so people sit in pairs.
So once again, good morning, all of you. I think if you are settled, you can introduce today's resource person to the audience. NRC Kakinada.
Sir, responding, sir. NRC Kakinada.
Yeah, please unmute your video and go ahead. Your master trainer is requested to introduce the today's resource person.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a teacher in economics. It is my great pleasure to introduce our guest speaker of today's training program. Mr. Nagaraju is an expert in teaching English language and literature and having 36 years of experience in teaching. He had so many administrative responsibilities in his entire career. He is a senior master trainer in communication to language teaching techniques certified by the State Department of English Language Fellow Program. He has conducted many workshops for APCCCE, APCCCE, TOT, APCCCE, and other regulated organizations across India. He co-authored 4 textbooks for university and polytechnic students. His contribution and commitment earned him many reward and recognitions. He was almost awarded every such an eminent personality is here with us to share his insights with us today. So please join us. We are delighted to have you here with us today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you go ahead? Can we start the program?
Yes, sir.
Good. I'm sure there'll be somebody to help me in case I need. I don't know if you're there inside the halls when I gave those instructions to you. I requested all of you to please be seated like this in pairs, 2 together, so that in case I ask you to speak to each other, it would be convenient to you every time. You don't need to change your places. In case you need to move your furniture a little, I know it's a little inconvenient, you're already seated, but still you can do that. The second thing I wanted to tell you is all of you, those who are sitting in the back of the halls, please come to the front so that you can hear me better, you can interact with me, and in case you wish to ask me a question, it will be very convenient. Do you need some time? I see 1 or 2 halls very properly organized. Maybe the furniture is very convenient there. In some places it may not be, but still you need to help me by reorganizing yourselves. I see quite a lot of people sitting together in the same way. Can you make some quick changes? Is it very inconvenient to reorganize yourselves? And also some people are moving about. If you all can sit comfortably in one place and if you don't move about during the class, it will be very helpful to me. I see, for instance, in NRC, SRR, and CVR, some people are still moving around. I see NRC Kadapa also, some people are moving about. I'm trying to be a classroom teacher. Yes, please. Can somebody confirm it's all okay? Can we go ahead? I think there is a lag. Maybe my voice reaches you a little later, I think.
So, yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful. Who is that?
NRC, SRR, and CVR Vijayawada, sir.
Vijayawada, NRC, CVR. Thank you very much for confirming. Thank you. Okay, welcome to the class, all of you. So very happy to be here. I think I don't get too many opportunities to talk to lecturers like you. In fact, I used to come to Andhra Pradesh state after our 2 states were bifurcated for lots of training workshops like this, but this after a very long time, I have come back. Very, very happy to see you. I must begin by congratulating your Chief Minister, your Commissioner, and perhaps the School Education Commissioner, all those who are involved in taking this very, very important decision to impart education at all levels through English. I think it's a wonderful decision because we are preparing students for the world, we are preparing students for the future, we are preparing students for a very highly global village, and naturally they all need to use English for most of their needs. And in case English teaching starts early, and if students become conversant and proficient in English at a very early age, I think it will help them a lot. The local language anyway they know, and it need not be neglected, but for all their practical needs, perhaps they already know enough of their mother tongue. So English is one area where students are likely to be a little weaker, and that's why our effort is very, very significant. And I'm very happy that all of you are part of this big plan for your state. I wish you all the best. Let's move on from here. I have a very small exercise to begin with. I request all of you to speak to the person sitting next to you about these three things. What are the three things? Question number one is, what is classroom interaction? You can think of a definition or a description or whatever. The second question that I'd like to ask you is, in a typical classroom, who interacts with whom? I think you understand the question. Who interacts with them? Is it the teacher interacting with the students, or is there anything else happening? And the third thing is, how can classroom interaction become more productive, more useful, more relevant, more rewarding, and more beneficial to the students? So these are the three questions I would like to talk to each other. So please talk to the person sitting next to you. Take 2 minutes time, ask each other questions, and come up with answers. At the end of the second minute, I'll ask some of you to give me answers. Hope you understood the questions. I don't see many of you talking to each other. Maybe some of you are still looking at the camera, perhaps, the screen. Please talk to each other and find out answers to these three questions. I think your microphones are enabled and you can begin speaking. The first question need not be answered because what classroom interaction all of us know already. I don't think we need further explanation, and it may not need a definition also. Let's quickly move on to the second question. The second question is, in a typical classroom, who interacts with whom? Anybody?
If classroom, teachers and students interact with each other.
Thank you very much. Any other possibilities in the class?
Yeah, that possibility.
So teacher interacts with us, student.
Okay, I understand. I grasp what you're trying to tell me. You are trying to tell me that teachers interact with students. Sometimes students interact with them.
Typical classroom, who interacts with who means discussion. Student discussion. Interact with each other. Okay, sir.
Right? Yeah.
And this is the wrong thing.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Maybe we can mute ourselves for some time. We'll move on to question 3. Now, thank you very much for all those inputs that you. Classroom interaction happens in many different ways. One is the teacher speaking to students, like I'm doing now. 2, the students asking questions, like some of you have done. Students giving inputs to the teacher. And the third is perhaps students speaking to students. So they can be paired work, group work. Like you did a minute ago, I asked you to speak to each other. That also is classroom interaction. And the fourth is one student coming and speaking to the whole class. Sometimes it happens also. So suppose you ask a student to come to the front of the class and you ask him to address the whole class. So that also student to teacher is possible. Student to student is possible. Student to many students is possible. Many students to one student is possible. One teacher to many students is possible. One teacher to one student is possible, like that. So many different possibilities are there for classroom interaction. Finally, going to the last question, can a teacher do something to enhance the quality of this interaction, to stimulate interaction, to promote, to see that more interaction happens in the class? It's not always one side.
Hello. Hello, sir. Good morning,
Yeah.
sir.
Good morning.
This is Dr. Radhika from SRR and CVR NRC, sir.
Great.
Regarding this interaction with stimulation, like a teacher can act as a role model, like by giving some group exercises and role plays, and she can also go with some jokes contingent upon the situations relevant to the particular topic. I mean, when she is teaching one topic, she can ask the students to give some jokes, or it can also be possible to get a scene from a movie or something like that, from arts, fine arts. It's like that. We can have some, depending upon the interest of the student, we can bring much more interaction among the students and
Thank
then
you, Radhika. Thank
stimulate
you
the
very
inner
much. What
self.
subject do you teach, Radhika?
I teach commerce, sir.
Lovely.
Commerce.
That's great to hear a commerce teacher speaking about this kind of an interaction in the class.
Thank you, sir.
You
Thank
talked
you.
about stories and jokes, but the only problem with them is stories and jokes are narration. They are not exactly, strictly speaking, they are not interaction with each other. They are narration. So that also is great for a class. Class becomes much more interesting. The class becomes involved, their attention level increases. But I'm talking about interaction. One person speaking to another is interaction. So how can we ensure that more students participate in the interaction? That's my whole idea. Thank you very much for that input. One more answer from anybody?
Sir, good morning, sir. We are from NRC Chittoor. Sir, I'm Dr. Sudhana. Sir, we all know that interaction is a pretext in a classroom. At the beginning, the lesson development, and at the end of the lesson, when we conclude the lesson.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mamanda.
We just open the topic with some real life experience.
Good.
So we make all the students to involve to explain if they have same type of experiences. That is one way of interaction, sir. In between when you develop the lesson, so we pose some type of questions where they imagine, they interact with each other, they try to explain, sir. So that's why with more examples they come out, and more of student interaction will be there when we ask the questions to evaluate at the end of the class. So students involved. But if the teacher is active in the class, more interaction will be there.
Thank you very much, Mamanda. Thank you. I did not get your name right. Shubham, I think. So thank you very much for those inputs. Let's move on quickly. And let's see what we are trying to focus today. Shall we move quickly now? Let's
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
I am Mary from NRC Vijayawada, sir.
There are lots of other things that we will discuss. We'll stop here and move on to the next slide. Can somebody mute everyone?
Sir, this is Serenia from Vishaka Women's College, Visakhapatnam, sir. Sir, I think by using anecdotes and giving some ice-breaking sessions in the classroom, we can stimulate the classroom.
Thank you, Serenia. Thank you. You talked about anecdotes, stories, and all these. Looking at these concepts slightly differently, not narrating things, again, only one person is involved. My focus today is using English in the classroom by non-English teachers. I'll come to that a little later. But before that, let me tell you, we've just seen what is classroom interaction or what is English in the classroom. And we already have seen that it's going to be between the teacher and the students and between the students and students. It is not automatic. It does not happen unless the teacher makes an effort. The teacher makes a conscious effort to ensure that the student speaks. For instance, now I invited some 3 or 4 of you to speak. If I don't invite, nobody comes forward and speaks. So the teacher's job is to involve more students and ensure that more students participate in that. So how we are going to do that is what we are going to see now. There is a lot of difference between the English class and English in the classroom. Let me repeat. There is a difference between the English class. The English class is held by the English teacher. There is an English lecturer in your college, and it's his or her responsibility. What does she do? She teaches English. Teaching English, what does it mean? She teaches poetry, she teaches essays, she teaches grammar, she teaches rules of grammar, and she helps students pass an examination. So her job is to teach some content as well as some grammar, which helps students become proficient in the content that she is teaching. For instance, I was an English teacher. I was asked to speak about, maybe there was a lesson on Rabindranath Tagore. So what did I teach my students? I taught who was Rabindranath Tagore, where he was born, when he was born, how did he grow up, what are his works, what did he teach, etc., etc. It was his life. So I taught that. What did the students learn? The students learned about Rabindranath Tagore. If I ask them, when was Rabindranath Tagore born, they would answer the question. But if I ask them, say a few things about Rabindranath Tagore, which are not there in the textbook, they cannot say on their own because they are not proficient in English yet. They are not taught, the skills of building sentences on their own. Now, the second side is English in the classroom. English in the classroom is not for English teachers. Please listen to me again a second time. English in the classroom is not for English teachers alone. English in the classroom is for zoology teachers, botany teachers, economics teachers, maths teachers, even Telugu teachers and language teachers and everybody. Every teacher has to use a little English in the class so that lots of things happen in the class very constructively. The English teacher teaches language, whereas other teachers use language. Very, very important. English teachers teach English. Other teachers use English for a very constructive purpose. I don't think this picture is very clear to you. I don't know how big the screen that you have in your hall, but still you can see some pictures there on the left side and some instructions on the right side. Some of these pictures and some of these instructions are related to each other. Let me just see one or two. For instance, there is somebody showing a video here. Suppose you want to show a video to the class. Suppose you take a video or a video clip or a mobile phone and you go to the class. You are an economics teacher, for instance, and then you would like to take this video to the class. If you want to show this video, even if you are working in a Telugu medium class, English medium class, Urdu medium class, whatever, maybe you can pick up a few simple English sentences. Students, shall we see a video? Look at this video. Here is a video that I brought for you. Watch this movie. I'm going to ask you some questions after you've seen this video. Some sentences like that, if you begin using in your class, even if you're a non-English teacher, indirectly, you will be teaching a lot of English to your students. Personally, though I'm an English lecturer, I was an English lecturer, I think that other subject teachers can teach more English than English teachers themselves. The reason is very simple. I explained to you. English teachers are focusing only on grammar and a few other things because they don't have time. They have just 40 minutes. You also have 40 minutes. When you are teaching your subject, you can use English in such a way that real life-like environment, life-like context can be created in the classroom. A lot of conversation can happen in the classroom. Right. Let's see this. All teachers, irrespective of the subject that we are teaching, we can give instruction in the class. That means the zoology teacher teaches zoology, the English teacher teaches English, and the Urdu teacher teaches Urdu. That is instruction. Instruction in the case of language, does it really help students? I don't think. I don't think at all. Instruction helps very little because the simple logic is millions of people around the world are learning a language without any instruction. The vegetable vendor never went to school, but she speaks excellent Telugu. The same vegetable vendor in England, I think, naturally speaks English absolutely perfectly without ever going to school. So it's not instruction that is really very helpful to learn a language. If your students have to learn a language, they strictly speaking, they need not bother about what's being taught in the class. They have to look at something else. So our instruction plays a very small role. English teachers' instruction helps only in one way. What is that? To help students pass the examination. That also is our job. Our job is to not only, help them become better individuals and all those big things, but the simplest purpose for which we are there is to help students pass an examination. If we have to pass an examination, there are going to be questions on grammar, writing, speaking, etc. And the teacher has to equip that. And that's that's all. Instruction serves only that purpose. Let's move on to the second one. Suppose we motivate students. Every day we devote 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever, to tell the students, bloody fellows, you are like this, your background is like this, you can't speak one sentence in English tomorrow. Do you know what's going to happen to you? You must pick up very good English if you want a good job. And then English serves you like this. Suppose you want to go to America, suppose you want to read a novel, suppose you want to see an English movie. English helps you. Suppose you motivate them every day. And they may pick up. So motivation serves a little purpose and it is better than instruction. If you can motivate your students to learn English, it serves a greater purpose than just teaching them English. Then the third thing is create an environment in your class where more students speak English. Now this is exactly what your government has done. Your government said English instruction is compulsory, English learning is compulsory, all the schools speaks only English. Students who do not speak English will be punished. Students who speak English will be rewarded. And English speaking environment is created by the teacher, the headmaster, the principal, everybody. And all students must help each other. Learning some situation like that is created. So an environment where students get to speak to each other. By speaking to each other, by writing to each other, by interacting with each other, more English is heard, more English is listened to, more English is spoken, more English is written, and that's the best environment. So more than this instruction, more than this motivation, environment works wonderfully well. Now, all those who are sitting in all those halls, maybe I see about 500, 600 of you in all those halls, all 600 of you have this primary responsibility. Your responsibility one is to create an environment in your classroom where students speak more English. Is that clear? Can anybody repeat that? One of you can unmute yourself and tell me what I said. Any one of you?
Motivation, sir.
Your primary is no more than motivation. I talked about motivation, spoke about something else. Yeah. Who is that? Who said that? Okay, I can't hear your name. What do you say? The audio is a problem. Again, you need to be muted. Maybe if one hall is unmuted, I can't hear it all. Don't worry. Don't worry. So the first responsibility of every teacher of every subject. So even if you are teaching a non-English subject, so your primary responsibility is to create an environment in your class where students speak to each other more English. Will you all do that? Wherever you are sitting, just raise your hand. Just raise your hand and show me. Great. Very good. I see some hands risen. Maybe others are not able to hear me. Good. So creating the right environment is in your class is your primary responsibility. Another thing that all of us can do is give them an opportunity to use English. Like I'm trying to do now, trying to involve as many people as possible. despite the limitations of this online class. So you also need to create opportunities for your students to use English language. Now, how do we create those opportunities? You may ask me, sir, I'm a physics teacher. I teach physics and go away. I'm a maths teacher. My job is to teach maths. So you may have questions like that. So for that, the answer is very simple. All that you see on the screen now, these are the opportunities that you can exploit to use English and to help students use English. I think every classroom, irrespective of the subject, will have some greetings, some attendance time, some commands that you give to your students, some instructions that you give to your students, some questions you ask, some new responses you elicit from your students. Students may ask you doubts, or you may ask a question and you clarify the doubts that the students ask. And sometimes you appreciate your students, you praise them, you encourage them. All these situations in your class are excellent opportunities for you to create an environment for English use in your class. Is there again only one hall can be unmuted and others can remain muted? I don't know technically. If somebody can tell me. Can you sorry? Can you unmute only one class? Can you unmute P-Layer? Can you unmute P-Layer? P-Layer College.
Can you please repeat the question, sir?
Oh, I see.
Sir, can you please repeat the question?
Can you unmute only P-Layer College?
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Anybody from P-Layer, please come to the microphone and tell me. Do you have all these opportunities to create English use in your class? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what subject do you teach?
Sir, I am a political science lecturer.
You are a political. May I know your name, please?
My name Vanaja, sir.
Vanaja, you teach political science. Do you
Yes,
greet
sir.
your class? Do you greet your class every day?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will
Do you take attendance?
Yes, sir. I
Do you give commands and instructions?
Yes, yes, sir.
Do you ask questions and
Yes, sir. Yes,
do
sir.
you allow your students to ask you doubts and seek clarifications?
Yes, sir. They will ask it.
And do you also appreciate your students?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Vanaja. Thank you very much. I'm sure every one of you does the same thing. Vanaja has come forward. She has got every one of you sitting any one of those halls has the same opportunity to do all this. Now, what do we understand from this? So our understanding is very simple. When I do all these things, if I switch over to English instead of the mother tongue, suppose I want to appreciate somebody, if I appreciate that student in English, the student has a question, even if by chance the student asks the question in his mother tongue, still I give the reply in English, or I encourage my students to ask questions in English. I give an instruction in English, right? I think I'm already giving them a lot of exposure to English language. Like that vegetable vendor, this fellow also will become very capable of using English very soon, because the more he hears, the more he learns. The more opportunity he has, the more he learns. The more times he uses English language, the more he learns. Very simple logic. Use more, learn more. Use less, learn less. Just keep that equation in your mind. The teacher uses more English, the student also learns more English. The student learns or uses more English, the student learns more English. Whether you use more or the student uses more, the student is learning English. So now ask yourself how much English you speak in your class, what kind of appreciation, greetings, etc., that you do in class. Switch over to English language. That will make your class wonderful environment for your students to pick up English. Let me see some of them. I request Guntur College to be unmuted. Guntur College, please, one of you please come to the microphone. Is someone ready? Guntur College, is clearly near the microphone. Come close to the microphone. Speak quickly. Only one college, one person. I can't hear you.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Who is that?
Good morning, sir. NRC Guntur, sir.
Guntur, what's your name, please?
K. Venugopal.
Venugopal, I have a question for you. Please listen to me. How do you greet your class every day? What do you say before you begin your class?
Good morning, students. How the things are going up? Like this, sir.
One. Do you say anything else other than good morning?
How the things are going up? Like that.
Good, good, good. Venugopal, thank you very much. So I am going to give you. Yeah, Guntur can be unmuted.
Sir, NRC from Kadapa, sir.
Kadapa, yes, please.
Sir, classroom greetings means we are first going to the classroom. Greetings to the students is the very important. That one kind of environment should be created. We are.
How do you greet them? Or what do you say in English?
Good morning, students.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Good morning, students.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll give you a few more tips to greet your students. Not just good morning. How are you? Very good. Good.
Love you.
Hi, students. Good morning. Be silent, be quiet. Yes, yes. Attention. Right. So now see the screen. So these are different ways you can greet your students from tomorrow. You can do all try. Good morning, everybody. Hello, the whole class. Hello, guys. Good morning, class. Instead of saying good morning, students, you can also say good morning, class. Class means students. In English language, class means the class of students. So, good morning, class. Good morning, students. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, guys. All these are acceptable. Similarly, you can begin your class by saying, hello, how are you today? How are you today? How are you today is a beautiful English expression to talk to them and to find out how they are today, how they are now. How are you today does not mean about today, but it's a general way of greeting students. Similarly, how are things? How are things does not mean how is the fan, how is the bench, how is the table. That's not the meaning of that. How are things means how are things going on? What's happening? Are you happy? Is everything okay? Is everything good? Right? What a lovely day. How wonderful this is. Oh, it's raining outside. It's very warm. It's very shy. It's very bright here. Right? Oh, it's sultry. Some such words, if you pick up, if you know these words, you can introduce them to your students. Again, don't say, sir, I am a civics teacher. How am I worried about this? I'll start my class straight. I don't have time. No. Instead of saying good morning, you are saying a different sentence every day. One day you go to the class, good morning, children. And another day you go to the class, oh, it's lovely. It's beautiful outside. It's very hot outside. So by saying this, you are not only introducing some English to your students, but also making your own learning a little more effective and warm. Right. Today is very cold. It's very humid. When you see that slash, no, it's an alternative. For instance, you can say it's very cold today or it's very humid today. And you can have a question added to that. It's very humid here, isn't it? It's very cold here in this room, isn't it? Oh, it's really very hot, isn't it? So by adding that, isn't it? It sounds more like English. English, there are lots of tag questions. They are very popular in English language. So, and if you use them, your English sounds much better. Oh, it's very, very sultry. Will somebody open that window? It's sultry here. Right? Just, make your class feel comfortable by using some of these very, very simple things in your class. I hope you're all ready for the day. Suppose you begin the class like that. I think it will be wonderful. One simple logic, always keep it in mind. When something sounds like a question, students pay more attention. A tick. So instead of saying, it's very cold, it's very cold, isn't it? The moment you have that isn't it question, the attention of the students is higher because they would like to answer, they would like to respond, they would like to just, their attention levels increase. I hope you're all ready for the day. You're all ready for the class. Are you all ready for the class? Are you ready for the next item? So you begin your class with any of these sentences. I think you've not only just greeted them, but you have begun the class on a wonderful note. At the same time, you have taught them some English. What I've shown on the screen is only 4 or 5. You can think of 500 of them. Every day you try, you create your own. Or you borrow from books, you borrow from others. When you watch TV, when you read, or when you read a novel, you interact with people. They all use different ways. And you pick up some of them, you can make note. If you're not very comfortable, you can practice them at home. And they look very simple sentences, but if you start using them, you'll become very comfortable using them. Maybe, for instance, you're not very familiar asking, oh, today is very cold, isn't it? Maybe you've never tried this sentence in your class. Today, now you can try. Good morning, everybody. Oh, it's very cold here, isn't it? Enough. Move on to the class. So this is about greetings. Then, before you begin the class, there are a few other sentences that you can say. Or please sit down, everyone, take your seat, please. I did that in the morning. I don't know if you noticed it when my class started. Deliberately, it was actually not an instruction that I was trying to give you. I was trying to demonstrate. So please organize yourselves into pairs. Please sit two to a row. Or please do this. Please sit down. Somebody is moving there. Please sit down. That's what I did today. No? So I was only seeing you on camera, but still I tried those sentences. I know it's very difficult to enforce that on camera, but maybe I made an effort to give you some few sentences that I can use at the beginning of the class. So please sit down, everybody. Please sit down, everyone. All of you, please be seated. May I have all of you seated? May I request all of you to sit down? The same sentence can be constructed in 10 different ways. Don't think there's only one structure that you know, and then there's the only way you can give an instruction. Try as many different things as possible. The more you try, the more you benefit your students, the more you benefit yourself. Two things are happening to you. Your own English is improving, your students' English is improving. When you say something again and again and again and again, it is getting imprinted in the minds of the students, and even without effort, they learn it. The teacher said this 3 times, it got recorded. Right? Even if he does not get an opportunity in the class, automatically it's there imprinted in that, and then he can use that, she can use that. Let's begin the lesson today. It's time to begin. Right? It's 9 o'clock. The bell has been given. It's time to begin the class. Are you all ready? Please get ready. Please sit down and settle down. I'm going to start the class now. I think all of you have the books open, some such thing to begin. Please stop it talking. I see somebody talking there. Oh, there are 2 of you at the 4th row and the 4th row. You're talking. Please be quiet. See, maybe most of you do give all these instructions, but maybe many of you give these instructions in Telugu or mother tongue or maybe some other language. Now, all that I'm requesting you to do is switch over to English. Maybe what are you doing? Please sit down. Sit down, please. May I have your attention, please? That's all. Just switch over. This the student understands. Don't tell me, sir, my students don't understand English. Some teachers always complain. Students don't follow, students are not good, students don't do this, don't do that. Don't worry about that. Instead of complaining, let's begin. And this beginning is going to make a huge change there. I'm not going to start the class until you all sit down. I won't start until you sit down. Okay, that last 2 boys there, that blue shirt and red t-shirt, both of you sit down. Until you sit down, I'm not going to start the lesson. Again, another instruction like that. Right? Look at the last one. I think we can get down to work now. That means everything is over. You're all settled. You're all paying attention to me. Now I'm ready. You are ready. Right? I think we can start the class now. I think we can get down to work now. I think we can begin the lesson now. I think we can start now. Shall we all start? All these instructions happen before the class has actually begun. Now, so we are going to take the roll call. Can somebody be unmuted from Parvatipuram? Parvatipuram, any one of you please come to the microphone. NRC Parvatipuram. Please unmute. The question is, how do you take the roll call? How do you take attendance? What do you say before or during taking attendance? Any English sentences that you can construct either before or during or after you are taking or have taken attendance. Is somebody there at Parvatipuram? Are they unmuted?
Respond your call, please.
Okay. Any other way? Some more ways? You can switch on the microphone there. Please switch off the microphone there. Now let's see some other ways of taking the roll call. Some of the sentences that might help you. Okay, I am going to take attendance now. When your name is called, please put up your hand. Please raise your hand. That means you don't have to say yes. You don't have to say present, some such thing. You just put up your hand means raise your hand. So maybe you can try that once. Of course, there is a little difficulty when you are taking attendance. You cannot put your head down. You have to look at them. Okay, roll number 1, roll number 2, 3, like that. You have to look around. So, but still you can try that. And students will say, yes. You can tell your students that they can say these 3 things, any of them. They can say yes, they can say here, madam, yes, madam, present, madam, I am here, madam. You give them options. So some of them say yes, madam, some of them yes, sir, some of them here, sir, whatever. Whatever they say, actually. Or maybe you give them one instruction one day, another instruction. But one day you say, okay, all of you are going to say present, sir. Tomorrow you will say, you are not going to say present, sir. You are going to say yes, sir. And you are teaching them again. The same thing, the same time, the same effort, but you are teaching them some vocabulary items. While taking the attendance, roll number 23, is Sudha not there? Is Sudha absent today? So again, you are making a sentence. Right? And somebody says, yes, madam, she is absent. Oh, no, she's coming a little late. Tell your students. See, if you show, maybe if you take 1 or 2 minutes time on one of the first few days of your class and write these sentences on the board, the students may either copy down or remember them, and they also begin using them. మనం చేయకుంటే ఏం చేస్తాడు వాడు తెలుగులో వాడు చెప్తాడు మేడం వెనక్కి వస్తుంది మేడం కొంచెం లేట్కి వస్తుంది మేడం అంటాడు వాడికి ఏం చేస్తున్నాం జస్ట్ టీచింగ్ వన్ సెంటెన్స్ దట్స్ ఆల్ one sentence. Suppose you want to say that somebody is coming a little late, you have to say she is coming late, she is coming, she has not come, she is not here. Some 2 or 3 sentences, if you teach them, they'll begin using them. Suppose a student is coming in, may I come in, madam, may I come in, sir, may I come in, please. There are 3 or 4 other ways, no? Different ways of asking for permission. So you teach your students any one of these sentences and tell them that before you come inside the class, before you come inside my class, you please wait for a moment at the door and say this. Right? And also,
Sir, this is from NRC Visakhapatnam. Is it a RO in the role or RO LL? Because for example, what I feel is that RO.
You are right. That is spelling error. It is roll call, RO LL. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right? So a student comes late and then they can tell you, sorry, I'm late. You have taught that structure to them. Right? And similarly, you can say, late, excused. You are late. Oh, you've been late always. Every day you're coming late. Or maybe, okay, this is the first time you have come late. That's why you are excused. Please don't come late again. Very simple sentences. See the effect that they have on the students and the opportunity that you've created for them to learn English. There is a quiz there. I think you can see it. I don't know how big the screen is. Perhaps if those who are sitting at the back of the hall can read those sentences. I've tried to put them in large fonts deliberately. Suppose you go to the class and say, turn to page 4. The teacher says, turn to page 4. What does it mean? Does it mean the students have to turn the page 4 times? Or does it mean the students have to turn around 4 times? Or does it mean that the student has to open the book at page 4? Or does it mean that the student has to turn the book 4 times? I think you know the answer. I don't want to test you, but maybe you see some people, some students may not understand that, and then you have to teach them in the beginning. See, some of them might have come to graduate classes, intermediate classes, and still they do not have enough English to understand. Turn to page, turn to page. What is the turn to page? So they may not understand that. So you have to guide them. I think you know the answer. I don't need to tell them. When you say turn to page, it means open the book to page 4. We don't open the book at page 4. We open the book to page 4. Okay. Now, during the class, while the class is going on, these are some of the instructions that will help you. Right, what are the instructions? Let's quickly review the lesson. Yesterday we finished one lesson. Yesterday we finished chapter 1. Yesterday I did the third paragraph on page 24. And let's quickly review. Review the last lesson. Review the previous lesson. Review the lesson that we did yesterday. Review what we did yesterday. Again, very simple phrases. Learn them, right? Take out, open your textbook. Take out your textbook, open your textbook. Both mean the same thing. So you can ask your students, don't tell me, sir, students don't bring textbooks at all. But maybe you can ask them to open the notebooks, open some other book. And sometimes you can try that. Okay, all those who brought the textbooks, please open them. If some students do not have the textbooks. And share the textbook with each other. So if you are sitting beside somebody who has a textbook, please look into that. Some on the spot. Right. Turn to page 27. Turn to. See, sometimes even if not necessary, give these instructions. When you give these instructions, automatically, I mean, they are listening to English, they are learning English. Let's start at line 24. Let's start at, okay, we did 13 lines yesterday. The first 13 lines, the first 2 paragraphs we finished yesterday. All of you come to line 14. We are going to start the lesson today at line 14. Look at the board. And I saw many teachers saying, look the board. That's a wrong sentence. We cannot say look the board because look is an intransitive verb in English. You must learn to say look at the board. You should not also say see the board. Look at the board is a more appropriate expression. Look at the board. Pay attention to the board. Okay, I'm writing here. Please watch me. Please watch the board. Please look at the board. See here. Right? And come to the board. Why don't you come to the board? Please come to the board. Come near the board. Write down on the board. You are giving instructions to students again. Write this down in your notebooks. Please open your notebooks and write this down. Note this down. Jot it down. Various ways. Jot it down in your notebooks. Make a note of this in your notebook. Write it down in your notebooks. I'm going to dictate something to you. Write it down. Or there is a question written on the board. Write it down. There is a statement made on the board and then write it down. Write it down in your notebooks. These are instructions that you can give during your classes. There is another quiz there coming up. Maybe because unmuting is causing problems, I'll not do that. If a student doesn't understand what the teacher says, what we say, the student should request the teacher to do one of these 4 things. What are the 4 things? What did you say? 2. Repeat. The 3. Let's just ignore it. And the 4th one. Please say it again, madam. Please say it again, sir. Which one should the teacher say? So maybe all 4 sentences are grammatically correct. Grammar-wise, language-wise, all 4 sentences are correct. But the problem is that the student is expected to use a language that is polite, that's courteous. Right? Students must be taught that please, excuse me, sorry, all these expressions are part of English language and they are part of their culture. And a language always goes along with its culture. That's why it's always a good idea to teach them these expressions. So whenever they ask a question, madam, will you please say that again? Madam, will you please repeat that? Right, madam, may I have a clarification? May excuse me, I have a question. So if they start using these words, I think their language sounds much more courteous. So what's the correct answer here? The last one, please, because the word please is there. Please say it again. Please repeat that. Please explain it, madam, once again. Some such thing, right? So during the class, there are lots of other expressions that you can learn to use in your class, and they'll be extremely useful to you. Do you understand me? Is a very good way of saying that. Do you understand me? Do you understand that? Do you understand the concept? Do you understand this principle? Have you understood it also is okay. Do you understand? Have you understood? Both are correct. Did you understand is wrong. Did you understand is yesterday. Have you understood is present tense. Do you understand it present tense. So always ask such questions in the present tense. Don't say, did you understand? No, not correct. Stop that. In case you have that habit of asking the question in the past tense, stop that. Ask the question in the present tense. Have you understood what I've said? Do you understand what I say? Right. Then raise your hand if you don't understand or if you have not understood. Please raise your hand if you've not understood what I've just said. I said two things. The first one is this. The second one is this. If you have not understood either of them or both of them, raise your right hand. Raise your hand high so that I can see it. I think you are again using it. I think these are very, very, very simple looking sentences, but they will make your class amazingly successful. Right. Do you have any questions? Have any questions? Any questions? All three are correct. Do you have any questions? Have any questions? But see the tone. Have any questions is a statement. Have any questions is a question. Your tone decides whether a sentence is a question or not. Right. Any questions? Okay, we have finished paragraph 1. Any questions? Wait for a moment. After you said that, wait for a moment, look around, and then see if any student has raised his or her hand and any student has any question. Okay, you raised your hand. What's your question? Okay, you would like to ask me a question? Do you have a question? May I have that question, please? So please say that something. Let me ask a few questions. So now you are not asking me. I am going to ask you a few questions. Let me ask you. Let me begin sentence. Begins with let me. Don't say I am asking you some questions. No, I think that's not a very good way of saying that. Instead, let me ask you a few questions. Okay, let me ask you a question. One of you. You are pointing your finger at somebody. You are pointing your hand, palm at somebody, and say, "Okay, let me ask you a question." Or the whole class. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a few questions. Again, there is a grammar error sometimes committed by teachers. Don't say, let me ask you few questions. Few questions is wrong. It must be a few questions. Few means nil. Right? Let me ask you a few questions. Here are a few questions. I have a few questions for you. Right? Do you have a few questions for me? Do you like to ask me a few questions? Do you ask me to like to ask me a question like that? Then, does anyone know the answer? I tried this a little while ago. I said the same sentence a little while ago when I asked a question. Does anyone have an answer to that? Does anyone know the answer? Right. Try again. Oh, you made a good effort. That was a good answer. That was a good attempt. You made a good attempt. Try again. Why don't you try once again to say, make it a little more accurate? Say it louder. I can't hear you. Right? Please raise your voice. Say it loud. Say it louder. Make a complete sentence. Oh, I don't want yes, no, like that. One word answers. I want a complete sentence. Make a complete sentence. When I ask you a question, don't give me one word answers. Don't give me short phrases, but make a complete sentence. If I ask you, do you know my name? Don't say yes. Yes, I know your name is the sentence that I want. So in the initial stages, especially when the students have just joined your college and then they are in the first year or so, and if you teach them these kind of manners and also good English, I think they will greatly benefit and they will remember you more than their English teachers. Right? Because the English teachers were grammar teachers. You are teaching them English that's really essential outside the world. So you are giving them sentences which they can directly go out and use. That's the beauty of it, right? Next, move on. I'm really sorry I'm not able to unmute you because of the noise that's there. Okay, to manage your class also, you can see lots of these sentences. In case you want, you can take a screenshot or you can share this slideshow later. I think this also will come to you in the form of a video and maybe you can watch that later. There are lots of sentences there. I'll just say one or two. The third one, sit back to back, stand by your desk. Maybe these are not very popular in Indian English, but you can try them. Sit back to back. So one student sits like this, one student sits like that. Maybe when you are doing some exercises in your class, language exercises in your class, I think in English language classes, in Telugu language classes, these are excellent. So I sit back to some student and I ask a question. The student has to hear my question and answer from that side. So without my body language seen, the student, so listening it, I think this improves their listening skills. The whole class can sit back to back. The whole class can sit face to face. So if there are two students sitting beside each other, you can ask them if the chairs are convenient, if the furniture is convenient. Sometimes within your class, whatever subject again, so you can ask your students to turn their chairs to sit face to face, one facing the other, and then talking to each other. That makes conversation very, very practical, very, very productive. I cannot talk to somebody who is sitting beside me like this. I mean, what's your name? May I know your name, please? Talking that I mean, does not make it real life like. So people, when they talk to each other, generally face each other. So you can try that. Okay, sit back to back, sit face to face, have a conversation, stand by your desk. By means beside. Okay, all of you stand by your desk. That means you stand close to the desk. Look at the last one. Ask someone else. Interview someone else. Okay, you've spoken to this gentleman. Now leave this person. Ask the same question to somebody else. Go to somebody else. Pair up with somebody and then ask the same questions. I gave you 3 questions. Ask those same 3 questions to somebody else. Right. I'm moving from here. I think it's already 12:45. We need to go a little faster. Right. So the next quiz question. When you say, "Are you with me?" Suppose the teacher says, "Are you with me?" During the class, what does she mean? She means, have you understood me? Are you walking behind me? Are you interested in the topic? Or do you live in the same area? Somebody's unmuting it.
Have you understood me?
Have you understood me is the right answer. Maybe if you're finished speaking, you can mute yourselves. I see some people moving about in halls. I don't know why. Guntakal, I think, is that some formality? I don't know. Right. Okay. So here are some questions, or some statements, some sentences, some instructions that you can use in a class to check whether they have understood your lesson or not. Very useful. I think you must use as many of them as possible every day. Go with a goal. Go to the class with a goal. Oh, I want to use at least 3 of these sentences today in my class, whether I really need them or not, because my purpose is not only to teach them the subject, but I also teach them English indirectly. So everyday practice 1 or 2 sentences. For instance, you can say, "Oh, are you with me?" You can begin the class. You can while you are teaching. Paragraph 1, finish. Are you with me? Look around. So when you say "Are you with me?" students in the beginning may not understand you. Are you with me? What is that? Typically, I mean, "Are you with me?" has 2 meanings actually. Are you with me means, are you walking along with me? Right? When you are walking and somebody is coming behind you, you can say, "Are you with me? Are you walking with me?" But in the classroom, it's not walking behind, but it is following. Right? Are you following me? Are you with me? It also means, suppose you need their support. So you are doing something. Are you all with me means, are you all supporting me? Many meanings. A sentence can mean multiple things. Do you follow me? Instead of saying, "Are you following me?" "Do you following me?" is a better sentence. Are you? I mean, I don't want to make it a grammar lesson. I'm sorry, but when you say, "Are you following me?" Follow is the physical action. Do you follow me is the intellectual action. When you use verbs to denote the intellectual activity, we don't use the continuous form. So we don't say, "Are you following me?" That's a bad English in the class. But when you are walking and others are coming behind you, "Are you following me?" is the correct sentence. In NCC, in army, people are coming with each other and "Are you following me?" So, but in the classroom, they're not walking behind you. That's why, "Do you follow?" Don't say, "Are you following me?" Right? "Are you following me?" is a bad sentence in the class, or a wrong sentence in the class. Okay, is that clear? Okay, we have finished concept 1. We are moving on to concept 2. Is that clear so far? Have you understood it till now? Have I made myself clear? Is that okay? Is that clear? Have you all followed me? Do you follow me? Etc. Do you get it? Another way. Okay, 7 plus this is a mathematical. Do you all get that? Do you all get that? Means, have I made myself clear to you? Have you all understood me? Do you get it? Or have you? I told you, no, say in the previous slide. You can use the present simple tense and the present perfect tense to ask such questions in your class. Don't use other tenses. Do you follow me? Have you followed me? Right? Do you get it? Have you got it? Do you understand? Have you understood? Remember that these 2 structures. Don't use other tenses. Will you follow me is tomorrow, and did you follow me is yesterday. So did you follow me? Many teachers, I told you already, use that. Don't use that. So start the question with "have you" or "do you." Right. So these are various other formats, other kinds of sentences. I didn't hear what you said after that 3rd paragraph. Okay, right. I didn't catch. The word "catch" means understand. The word English "catch" is catching something, physically holding something. Also, the word "catch" also means understand. Have you caught it? Have you caught what I said? Oh, I haven't caught it. I haven't caught it. I did not get it. Right? I need help. A student may say, Madam, I need help. I would like you to repeat what you said. I would like you to clarify what you said. I have a question. I need more time. Oh, I've not finished it. I need more time. Tell your students that these sentences are useful to them and ask them to pick them up. Right. One more quiz question there. When students don't understand something, they may ask the teacher any one of these questions, which is right. Can you speak more slowly, please? How do you spell it, madam? Could you repeat that, please? Or, excuse me, what does it mean in Telugu? The student has, you said something in English and the student has not understood it. Which of these sentences can a student say? NRC Rajamandri, can somebody unmute and answer this question? NRC Rajamandri. Yes? NRC Rajamandri, can somebody sitting at the back can come forward? Somebody sitting at the back of the hall? All are seated very seriously. A non-English teacher sitting at the back can come forward and answer the simple question. What is the answer to this very simple question? When students don't understand something, which of these sentences can they make? Anyone from anywhere? Unmute.
Sir, it may be C, sir. Could you repeat that, please?
Okay. And one more answer. Anybody else?
Sir, from NRC Kakinada, sir, all are correct.
Which one?
NRC, all sentences are correct.
Thank you very much. That's really wonderful. All sentences are good, actually. I asked a big question. I just thought that you will begin, you will apply your thought to it. That's why I asked you this question. All four are actually good. If the students are saying, for instance, can you speak more slowly, madam? Can you speak slowly, sir? Can you speak slowly, please? Good. Because maybe the student had some difficulty with the pace of the teacher. The student wants the teacher to go a little slower, and that's what he says. Sometimes the student has not understood the word because he does not know the spelling of the word, or a word that's confusing with another. There are homonyms, homophones, and others, and that's why the student might have got confused, and that's why he might say, Madam, what's the spelling of that word? How do you spell that word? May I know the spelling of that word? Is this the spelling of the word? Is this spelled with WH or H? Like that. Okay. Then, could you repeat that, please? Excellent. Wonderful sentence. C also is a good word. Good sentence. C, somebody said C. Correct. So C is a correct answer. Could you repeat that? Could you say that again? Do you mind saying that again? Right? I request you to say that again, etc. Excuse me. What does that mean in Telugu, madam? Madam, what is it in Telugu? So you said some English word, no? So what is the Telugu word for that? So maybe the student is trying to connect it to the some words may not easily be followed, whatever kind of description, definition you give, unless you give an equivalent. Right? It's not easy. It's names of fruits, names of vegetables, names of things which are particular to a certain area. Right? They may not be available in other cultures. So there are no equivalent words. Right? So in that case, maybe you have to use a local term. And in such cases, if you help your students by giving them Telugu or Indian equivalents, it will help them. So whatever the student has asked you any one of these questions, I think you must appreciate that, student. Thank you. That's a good question. I certainly would like to answer that. Right. Let's see a few more. Before closing the class, lots of sentences again. Let me read one or two. The last one. We'll continue this chapter next Monday. Okay, we have come to the end of the class now. Chapter 4 is over. We will go to the next chapter after the weekend on Sunday. I think most of you say this, but say this in your mother tongue. Now stop saying this in your mother tongue and use English. Simple. The Chief Minister's dream is fulfilled and your commissioner will be very happy. Your principal will be very happy. Most importantly, your students will be very, very, very grateful to you because you are teaching them English without teaching English. You are teaching them English without being English teachers. You are teaching them English without even making them feel that you are forcing something on them. 10 times you say that, it automatically gets internalized. Please do it. I'm sure you will do that. The last but one more thing before you go. Please back to your places. Some of you standing up, please back to your places. Go back to your places. Please sit down again. I have one more thing to say. This is the last thing that I'm going to tell you before you leave. It's time to leave, but please stay back for a minute. Please wait. Right? One more thing before you leave. I think it happened in the morning. I joined this class a few minutes before my session began, and some other teacher was with you, and somebody was saying, okay, there is an instruction, please wait, you have 10 minutes to break. So please wait and listen to that instruction and leave, some such thing. Right. Okay, how do you end the class? Have you finished? Right? You ask the student, suppose you gave them some work. Suppose you ask them to write down some answers. Suppose you ask them to do a project or whatever. Have you all finished? Okay, if you all have finished, let's move on to the next item. If you all have finished, let's leave the class. If you all have finished, let's stop here. If you all have finished, okay, please wait for the last instruction and then we can leave the class. If you all have finished, let's move on to the next item, some such thing. The last one, prepare the next chapter by Monday. For Monday means for the Monday class, by Monday means before you come to the class next week. Somewhere there is no homework for today. Students would be loved if you make a sentence like that in case there's no homework. I don't know in degree colleges you give any homework at all, but in case you give, you can use sentences. For homework, please do the exercises on page 9. All of you, please go home. You have 2 days, the next 2 days free, and then you open your books at page 9. There is an exercise on page 9. Do that and come on Monday. That's the homework for you. Right. Here is a quiz again. If you say, that's all for today. Suppose you say, that's all for today. What does that mean? Does it mean it's the end of the day, or it's the end of the class? It's the end of the teacher's time, or many things can be or have been done already and too much has been done? Would anybody like to answer that? B or C?
B, sir. The class ends now.
Correct. Thank you very much. You're all very bright teachers. You all get the right answer. See, yes, the correct answer is the class ends now. Today, that's the end of day, or all for today does not refer to today. It refers to the lesson. It refers to the class. It refers to the assignment. That's all for today means that's all about the lesson. The lesson ends here. The class ends here. Don't mistake by the word today. Start saying that. I think all of you can do that. That's all for today. Shall we all say that's all for today when I finish the class today? Maybe another 10 minutes after when I say that's all for today, we'll practice. Right. Okay, we are coming. I think I have only 10 minutes. I'll go a little quicker. Right. So when you end the class, you can say, oh, that's the bell. There's the bell. We'll have to stop here. It's time now. Just another 10 minutes left. That's the bell. That's the bell. There is the bell means it's not the physical bell that you're showing. That means I hear the bell. I hear also is said in the present simple tense. I say I hear the bell. I don't say I am hearing the bell. I'm hearing the bell is a bad English sentence. Okay. The lesson is over for today. Goodbye, class. Enjoy your day. I don't know why, but maybe our culture or some such thing, our teachers are very, very poor in saying things like enjoy your day, enjoy the evening, have a happy evening, see you tomorrow. Such things generally are not said. I don't know, maybe I never had a teacher who used to tell us, of course, I mean, I'll not go into that background and tell you a long story, but maybe many teachers don't have this habit of doing it. Okay, they just leave. After the class over, they just pick up the books and go on. So if you say 1 or 2 sentences that give them a happy feeling. So have a happy day, enjoy your evening, come back tomorrow, see you tomorrow morning again. Suppose you say these things, I think this is some kind of a lubricant. This is some kind of very, very comfortable finish for your class. Students will pick up those sentences and love those things. See you next week. Bye. See you on Friday. Such things, right? Before you end the class. This is where I would like you to switch on your microphones, and one of you or some of you can tell me how can we correct these sentences. The first one. Who will correct the first sentence? Make your homework. Have 2 days. You have 2 days. Tomorrow we have the weekend now. When you come back on Monday, make your homework and come. Suppose I say that. Is that right or wrong? If it's wrong, what's right? English teachers, in case there are any, please don't answer. Others can answer. There is somebody from Chittoor, I think. I see NRC Chittoor here. Would anybody like to answer that? Make your homework.
Sir, from NRC Vijayawada.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, make your homework. We can say it, do your homework.
What's your name? What's your name?
Or finish your homework. We can also say like that.
What's your name, you said?
Yeah, my name is Dr. K. Navina, sir.
Navina, what subject do you teach?
Commerce, sir.
Commerce, Navina, 100 marks to you.
Thank you, sir.
So we don't say make your homework. The word make does not collocate with work, and that's why we say do your homework. Please do your homework. Have you done your homework? No, we don't say have you made your homework. We say have you done your homework. Somebody else, the second one. Easy. It's easy.
Hello, sir.
Second sentence.
Sir, this is from NRC Vijayawada, sir. The second one, I think we can say that be seated.
Okay, very good. Any other way? Be seated is correct. If you want to say chair also. So somebody from Vijayawada, what subject you teach?
Sit in your chair.
I can't hear you. All of you are speaking together.
Hello, sir. Sit in your chair.
Sit in your chair is the correct answer. We don't sit on the chair. We sit in the chair. We sit on the table, but in the chair. Right? On the table, in the chair. The third one. Can somebody correct the third one?
The second one is. The third one is page number 27. Sir,
I can't hear you. I'm really sorry. The third sentence. Open the book on page 27.
Please open the book on page number 27.
Small correction. Generally in India we say on page 27, but correct English at page 27. Good English is please open the book at page 27. Please is optional, but good and
Please open the book and turn on page 27.
Turn to page 27, not turn on. Turn on is different. Turn on has a different meaning. Turn to page 27. Okay, the fourth one. Suppose the students have made a poster. The students have created a poster or some such thing, and you would like them to hang it on the wall. What do you say? Hang them on the wall is enough. Hang them up is has a slightly different meaning. We hang people up, and things also are hanged. Right. So the word hanged, hung are slightly different. Right. The last one, very, 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 very important. I heard thousands of people saying this. Yes.
Listen to me.
Listen to me.
Very good, very good. I think Andhra Pradesh, very good in language teachers. Right. Right. Listen me is wrong. It's a very bad sentence because it's an intransitive verb. It takes a preposition after that. You must learn to say listen to me. Don't say listen me. Listen me is English. It's an error. It's a wrong sentence. Okay. Listen to me or hear me. If you say hear me. If you say listen, listen to me. The verb, the preposition to is essentially. These are the corrected sentences. So do your homework, sit in your chair, open the book at page 27, hang them on the wall, and listen to me. Okay, good. There are lots of other instructions. I think my time is up, and then I also, this print is very small. I'm just showing you. So classroom instructions can be so many different. The more you learn, the better your class is. And there are lots of ways to feedback to your students. So for instance, if a student has done well, you appreciate. If a student has done partially well, how do you appreciate? If a student has made a wrong statement or it's the wrong answer, how do you still encourage them, motivate, take them to the next level, give them some supporting material, give them some supplementary cues so that they can come to the correct answer? These are all again teacher skills. So don't dissuade them, don't discourage them if they make mistakes, right? And finally, you can give lots of more feedback to your students depending on the kind of work that they've done, and depending on the context, depending on the level of your students, you can use all these sentences to get feedback. These are some very, very useful sentences that you can teach your students right on the first day of your class. Suppose you are going to BA first year, BCom first year, BSc first year, whatever, right on the first day, write these 6 or 7 sentences on the board. You may be history teacher, but still rewrite these 5-6 sentences on the board and ask them to practice them. So may I ask you a question, right? May I ask you something? May I ask you the meaning of this? Something. No, let the students be prepared for this. Similarly, can you give an example, please? The student, many times students have questions, but they do not ask us because they do not have the right English for that. They are scared. Oh, I may make a mistake. If I make a sentence, it may go wrong. That's why they don't ask us questions. So if you give them phraseology, if you give them the right phrases, I think it will be very, very useful. So that's where I stop. And I have 5 minutes left, I think. In case you have questions, please feel free to unmute yourselves and ask the discussion. And what you see on the screen is my mail address and also the website on which I have already uploaded this resource. This slideshow is there. In case you want to use this slideshow, maybe you can go to that website, slideshare.net/Lion Nagaraju, and you will have the slideshow available. Similarly, most of my presentations are available on the YouTube also, and some of them are available on Facebook also. You can visit them and can utilize them. Wish you all the best. In case you have any comments, feedback, suggestions, please send them to Lion Nagaraju at gmail. Now, question time. Has the class been useful to you? Raise your hands to tell me if you liked it. Very good. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I see at least 30-40 hands risen. Good. Thank you. Will you start using some of these expressions right away? Again, raise a hand. Will you start using these expressions right away from tomorrow when you go back to? Good, 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 good. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm happy. Have you learned any new expressions today? Good. Yeah. Anyone else? Do you have any questions?
You participate any feedback from any NRC? I think it is really wonderful session, sir.
Thank you.
Definitely, our people enjoy your sessions every day, every time.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Please
Good
go ahead,
afternoon,
ma'am.
sir. This is Dr. Radhika, sir, from NRC SRR College, Vijayawada. Sir, your session is very enlightening and it's very interactive and we enjoyed a lot. And as you said, we learned a lot from your session. Some of the expressions which we don't know at all, you said listen me or hear me, listen to me. The difference between the two, how to use in the regular classrooms with the students, because we should not make mistakes while speaking with the students. That is the most important part. So that we learned today, sir. We keep it with the treasure of your knowledge. We keep it with us for all the teaching, for our rest of our teaching life, sir. Thank you so much for your session, sir.
Thank you, Radhika. Thank you very much. That makes me very happy because the feedback that comes from teachers like you is very useful to me. I have created this slideshow exclusively for you.
Sir, I would like to add to Radhika one thing, sir. So your session was very simple, actually. This is very simple, but yet very impressive, sir. And we all had a very big smile on our face, like children, you know. So very interesting and very happy to listen to your session, sir. Thank you so very much.
Keep smiling.
Yeah.
Sir, we are from NRC teacher, Dr. Children. Sir, can you hear us, sir?
No.
Please settle down. I have one announcement immediately after this query. Participants, please settle down. I want to make one announcement. Please. Yeah, please go ahead, madam. Go ahead.
Announcement. Oh, still people are leaving.
Madam, go ahead. మీరు ఏదో అడగాలనుకున్నారు చిత్తూరు.
Sir, very much, sir. Nagaraj, sir. Sir, can you hear us? Sir, can you listen to us?
Not very clearly. You are audible, but not very clear.
Sir, now, sir. Is it? Yeah. Sir, thank you very much. Actually, we used to think that science teachers need to develop only concept. Important. But your section made us to know the significance of language. We are part of language. We understood that we are also part of language development. Thank you, sir. You made us to understand this session in a different perspective. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much for that comment. Yes, you are absolutely right. All teachers are English teachers.
So we encourage students telling that when they come from Telugu medium to English medium, see your joint science subject, you don't need to worry about language. You should learn concept first. We used to emphasize. Now we ourselves realize that language also plays major role in conveying the concept. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very
You
much.
have hit the nail on its head.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, NRC Nandal. Sir, one small clarification, sir. The word a few sometimes may be used, so no, or sometimes may be used several. It is correct or not, sir?
To tell you, I don't want to make...
A few mean no, nothing, nil, or sometimes a few mean several.
No, let me clarify. Actually, I don't want to make it a grammar class, but still, because you asked me that question, I'd like to clarify. Few means zero.
A few.
Let me clarify. Few means zero. A few means some. And the few means the definite number that I have in my mind. I'll give you an example. If there are few books in the library on chemistry, means there are no books. There are a few books in the library on chemistry, means maybe there are 5, 10, 20 books. There are not many. The few books that I was exactly looking for are there available in the chemistry, in the library, means maybe I'm looking for only 4 books. Those 4 books are there. That's why the few. Maybe if you have this question further, please refer to your book or please write to me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. Nagaraj is the international trainer.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Dear audience, please, I want to make one announcement. Please listen. Tomorrow we are going to a poll for Scotch Award to our department and our commissioner. Please participate. I will share the link. Maybe it is around 2:30 to 3 p.m. So please share the link to all your students across the state so that we can get more score. The weightage is 20% for this Scotch Award. Please ensure that the voting must be done by all the participants, all the students of your college. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Anil, can I leave the meeting now?
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
ఒకసారి మాట్లాడు.
Good afternoon, all. I request all the program coordinators to please unmute your videos. NRC Vijayawada SR College, PVK in Chittoor. Please stay connected and unmute your video. PVK in Chittoor, please. Welcome, madam. Dr. Sharani, madam, please welcome. I request Dr. Namrata, please, from Pillar, NRC Pillar, please introduce, madam.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, please, go ahead.
Sir, am I audible to you? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed resource person, Dr. M. Musara, Assistant Professor of English, Beautiful. Madam holds PhD in English from Tokyo University. She has also completed PhD in English at Foreign University, Hyderabad. She has 12 years of extensive experience in teaching English. Her expertise is highly regarded and sought of the professionals, researchers, and higher ambitious throughout her career. She has taken very academic responsibilities from the executive coordinator and has published 12 articles in international conferences. She has delivered a lot of lectures and shared various sessions to transform her knowledge and share passion with the teaching ability. She has been a senior subject expert for English in limits, widely presented.
Voice is not audible, sir. It's breaking.
Sir, not audible.
Sir, voice is not Madam, your voice is not clear.
Yeah, it is done, madam. No issue. It is done. Now over to madam.
I got it. A very good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, madam, audible.
Okay. Welcome back to this afternoon sleepy dozing session. So I'll try my level best to see that you'll be all awake for the next 1.5 hours to talk. And thank you, ma'am, for your great introduction.
Today my topic is speaking skills. Okay. My objective is, my first objective is to achieve English proficiency. So what do I mean by proficiency? So what I mean by proficiency is, if a person is proficient, I consider three aspects in consideration. Number one is accuracy, fluency, and clarity. That is my view of a person is proficient in English. My next objective is to familiarize lecturers with academic vocabulary. So come familiarize me with academic vocabulary, those subjects. So I'm ready to the academic vocabulary. It is general vocabulary means words exchange when you have with your colleague or when you speak to the students. So this vocabulary is focus on and finally, so once conversation is and you are good in vocabulary, then we move on how to facilitate the lecture effective strategies for classroom interaction. So my business as a great trainer, he focused on, I think, greetings, how to begin a class, and during the class, what are the phrases you have to introduce, and what is the classroom management techniques, and the information checking questions. Like sir would be rather around comprehension checking questions, and how to the phrases to use before beginning the class, and how to end the class, and finally how to give the instructions, and how to give feedback. Fun. So what I'm trying to focus in my presentation is, so after the session,
Madam, sorry for the disturbance. Now some echo sound is coming.
I think suppose enough the mic is on. If you don't, can you please switch it off? There may be devices are open.
Madam, same problem. Echo వస్తుంది ma'am. Voice is not audible.
Is it okay, sir? But still I hear my echo.
Yeah, it's okay, ma'am. No.
There is two accounts in your name, ma'am. That's why echo sound is coming.
Can you repeat this? Am I now able to listen my own voice? It's echo me.
Madam, your audio is audible, but echo is coming because of two usernames are there, Usharani.
Oh, to Usharani.
Please exit from one username.
Now it. Here.
మీరు ఒక దాంట్లోంచి షేర్ చేసి ఒక దాంట్లో మాట్లాడుతున్నారా?
లేదు.
Hello?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, I think now it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay, ma'am. It's okay, but your video is not visible. I
Video is
think.
not displayed. Okay. Am I visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, please
Sorry,
continue, ma'am.
sorry for the interruption. So my objectives are I have three objectives, that is proficiency in English and familiarize lecturers with academic vocabulary and facilitate you with strategies that would really help you in managing classroom interaction and make your classes more interesting. Now, my outcome is just like that. I have some problem with my PowerPoint, unable to move on to my next slide.
Just a click on that is yes.
Yeah, but still, in spite of repeated click, anyways, I have come. Okay. Yes. So my first objective is all the lecturers should become proficient in English, because once you go back to your colleges, our Honorable Commissioner has instructed us to give your instructions in English. So in order to become proficient in English, if I call a person he is very proficient in English, I consider three aspects, that is accuracy, fluency, and clarity. So what do I mean by accuracy? If I say he's very accurate in his English speaking skills, so I consider again three aspects, that is grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation. So this is my accuracy. So accuracy means you speak correctly. Of course, though you commit few mistakes, doesn't matter, because English is not our mother tongue. We have our own mother tongues depending upon the state where you are living in. Because this is a second language, we do commit mistakes. And I tell you, all the lecturers are highly efficient. They have great knowledge. But when it comes to fluency, and this also because of the standard of the students, and we want the students to understand what we are delivering, what we are teaching them, what we are explaining them. Suppose they don't understand what we are teaching, immediately we switch over to our mother language. So that is a problem we have been facing. So now that we are being instructed to speak only English, let us get back to our English and see that, yeah, we have that speaker within us. So it is somewhere hiding inside. So let us just get back our speaker, that is English speaking. So what we are trying to do is, though you speak with little mistakes in grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, doesn't matter, but somewhere you should start. So just start speaking in English. So when you have a problem with accuracy, what we as English lecturers do is, both to our students and as well as whenever we go and train the lecturers in other colleges, we do some sort of pattern drills. So just to see that you are accurate or you speak accurately, we don't get a word suddenly to your mind, you stop. Suppose you lack fluency in English language, we give them some sort of information gaps. This also I'm going to do after a few minutes. Next, the last aspect is clarity. So now that you speak accurately, that is, you speak grammar correct and you pronounce the words correct and your vocabulary is good and you speak fluently without any pauses, you can't force all your knowledge on the students, but you have to teach it with a lot of clarity without causing any sort of confusion to the students. So whatever knowledge you have, whatever content you have in your specific subjects, express them with a lot of clarity without causing any confusion. Now, coming to my first activity. So my objective is to see that all the lecturers and the students should speak fluently. Now,
one activity. Try to please interact. Tell me the different situations in government degree colleges where speaking English is compulsory. Can you tell me the different contexts or different situations in government degree colleges where the lecturers have to invariably, and there is no other way, you have to speak only English? Please, some of you respond. Any NRC? Did you understand what I say? I'm not supposed to speak Telugu.
During the night visits and during the international conference.
Yes, good. During NAC visit, yes, sir. One big issue, yeah, whenever NAC peer team visits, you have to, as an in charge of the department or an IPSC coordinator, you have to present them your PPTs. That should be only in English. That's a good answer. Any other situations, any other contexts?
When we want to collaborate with some industries, international from other states.
Yeah, when you visit other states regarding their NAC accreditation, yeah, invariably you have to speak English. I said within government degree colleges. How about within government degree colleges? Yeah, sir, is exactly right. He said NAC peer team visit. Any other situations? If you apply for major research project, where do you go and present your project proposal? Minor research project doesn't matter. You just set the proposal. UGC CERO accepts it, and you can undergo your project. But when you apply for major research project, where do you go and present your proposal? Which place?
Madam, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
I am Dr. Raghupati Reddy, Department of Political Science.
Sir, please.
So, answer is to your question. The government of Andhra Pradesh has been introduced English medium at all degree colleges.
Yes.
That's why English is mandatory to teach in English in all groups.
That's a
or
great
all
answer.
respective subjects.
Yes.
So
Hour
that's
of
why
the
that
day.
is mandatory.
Yes. So after you get back to your colleges, there is no other way you have to speak. So my answers, well, anybody else would like to give some more situations?
Good afternoon,
The
madam.
answer you said, sir, I have taken it to my last thing. Still, there are few more. If you try, otherwise I'll go ahead.
Seminars and conferences, ma'am.
That's great, sir. Excellent. Yeah. Seminars and conferences, when you go, you have to speak English. And how about when you are invited as resource persons? Can you speak Telugu?
No, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yes.
Dr. Raghupati from NRC TVK, ma'am.
Yeah. Please.
So speaking English is mandatory in training ethics also. TOT training we are doing, now we are expressing in English, we have to talk English only, no? So
Yeah.
the situation, madam.
Yes. Excellent. So, yeah, you have already given me the situation.
ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, please.
I'm Dr. Mohammed Rose, NRC Nandela. There will be a context of speaking in English, which will be mandatory. Students are studying in our
Not audible, sir. Not audible.
Class is audible to you, madam?
Can you please repeat the statement or the question? It's not audible.
Speaking English is mandatory.
NRC?
NRC Nandela.
NRC Nandyal?
Nandela, madam. I'm Dr. Mohammed Rose speaking to you. English will be a mandatory when foreign students are studying in your degree college or other state students are studying in your college.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you please text it in the chat box? I was able to listen to PVKN and also other NRCs.
My voice is audible now.
Yeah, it's audible.
So English will be mandatory when we have foreign students in degree college.
Okay, yeah.
Other states
Foreign students, yeah. Student exchange programs. Yeah, in future, I think we are going to have some foreign students. Hope so. Our students also will go abroad. Okay. Bright future, very positive. Thank you. So just with research project, when you go to Delhi, I don't think people there speak English. Either they speak English or at the most Hindi. If you know Hindi, pretty well you can do, but most probably we have to present only in English. Of course, one of the participants has rightly given during NAC visit. Another participant has also rightly given paper presentations in seminar. Yeah, you have to chair the sessions. So whenever you chair the sessions, after the delivery of the lecturers, you have to give some feedback also in English. And the subject experts, right? When we are invited as subject experts to appoint lecturers, maybe on contractual basis or somewhere else, yeah, we have to speak English. And we have been doing LMS video for the past, I think, a few months. You are supposed to speak only in LMS videos. That is the reason why the commissionerate has asked us to stop doing LMS videos, with a positive note that after you get back from this training, hopefully you will speak only English while making your videos. Of course, the podcast. The fifth quadrant in your LMS is podcast. And there too, you have to speak. You have to write your script only in English language. And I think most of the young lecturers who are 2021 recruitees or maybe 2018, you might be pursuing PhD, and after every 6 months, you have to go and present the progression of your work again in English. And finally, one of these sirs said the classroom teaching. That's why I put it in a red mark, because we have not yet started this. So after you go back to your colleges, you have to give your instructions only in English. So these are the differences. Now, can you tell me the factors which prevent us from speaking English fluently? What are the different factors which are not permitting you to speak English fluently? And one thing I want to put across here is there are many non-English lecturers who speak English very fluently and they have amazing writing capacities. And I'm sorry to say, most of the English lecturers also cannot speak English because we are not born somewhere abroad. We are all Indians. So we have our own mother tongue. Just because we are English lecturers, we try to develop fluency. So this is a reason. Now, any one of you please respond. Can you tell me the factors which are preventing us from speaking English fluently?
This is generally from romantic madam.
Okay.
A few months lack of knowledge in vocabulary and some grammar English, and sometimes we feel that we may not speak fluently in English.
Yeah.
And sometimes we are not able to deliver the curriculum in a proper way to the student.
Yeah.
So I hope these are the few points that prevent us from speaking English fluently.
Yeah, but your English is very good, sir. Which department are you from? Which department are you from, sir?
Zoology.
Zoology, wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Just now I said non-English lecturers speak good English. So we all have that speaking skills innate. The thing is just because for the sake of the students, in order to make them understand, we are switching over to our mother tongue. Doesn't matter. Let us be positive in our attitude. So whenever a child try to resist it, but there are two ways to be very, very happy. Try to change the situation. If you cannot change the situation, try to change your attitude towards the situation. Then everything will be okay. Okay. Anyone else would like to respond?
Mr. Madam, NRC.
Yeah. PVKN, Chittur.
Character subject మనకి కంప్లీట్ గా తెలియనప్పుడు
I'm extremely sorry to say I'm unable to listen to anybody speaking. I'm just gathering from your words, trying to understand from your words.
వినిపిస్తుంది మన వాయిస్ మేడం
Good afternoon.
If you don't mind, can you text me in the chat box? But my topic is today's speaking skills. I want all of you to speak, and unfortunately, because of the technical issues here, the last session I delivered on a Friday, there was wonderful audio, but I don't know today something is wrong. Anyways, I'm moving on to my next slide. Okay, so my as an English lecturer, what factors I would like to mention is we have limited exposure. We have limited exposure. Do we speak English at home? Yes or no? We never speak English at home. Do we speak English with our parents? No again. Do we speak English with our colleagues in the staff room? No. Right? So nowhere we are speaking English. So we have very, very limited exposure. We as English lecturers also, we do speak in English, but whenever the students do not understand, we switch over to Telugu and we do not have any sort of practice. So what should we do? We should at least, and well, the other factor is our regional language influence. Our mother tongue influences a lot. Suddenly when you don't get, while speaking English, when you don't get English word, immediately we take the Telugu word, right? I think this is a famous video you would have seen. She's laping me, madam. She's minging. That is, instead of swallowing, we use she's minging or something like that. So what I say is, that is also English. Whether it is English, I can call it English, whatever it is. First of all, you should start speaking English. Whether you commit mistakes in grammar, vocabulary, doesn't matter. First, you should start off. Then, so because you are very freaky about grammar, the nouns, the adjectives, you have the fear of making mistakes. So I think you should all come out of that fear. And finally, when you don't have practice, when you're not exposed, and when there is an influence of mother tongue and fear of making mistakes, naturally you become very, very diffident. That is, you lack confidence. So these are all the factors which are preventing all of us from speaking English. Now, what are the solutions? So we have to come out of these solutions. That is why we are all here to sort out the solutions. So what are the solutions? Can anybody give, like I have already mentioned the 4 factors here. Can anyone give solutions, at least 1 or 2? So we have all the 4 factors are there right in front of you. At least one solution to come out of this preventive factors.
First, we have to think that English is also one of our languages.
Yes, sir. That's great. Because, this is no longer a British language. Yes. In India, 2 states have officially declared their language as English. That is Meghalaya and I think Arunachal Pradesh. Yes, if I'm right, Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya, their official language is English. It is no longer the language of British. It is one of the Indian languages. So don't try to fake the pronunciation of Americans or British. Let us have our own pronunciation. Yes, sir, that's a great answer. Yes. So let me come out with the solutions. Yeah, first thing is we should get exposed to the English speaking environment. And we should constantly practice some structures of English. Or else you can take online classes or attend language learning programs. I think last month almost 90 of the government degree college lecturers, they have attended training program in IFLU Hyderabad. And finally, when we are not practicing or we are not getting ourselves exposed, the government itself has come forward to give this trainer of training program on English as medium of instruction. So now everybody, though you like it or not, you are going to learn English. So these are the solutions I have come up with now. So to develop any language, be it Telugu, Hindi, Urdu, whatever, you need to have 4 skills. I think they are very much visible on the screen: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Now, my topic is, of course, speaking skills, but as the listening skill has come first, one small activity, please listen to the instruction. I'm trying to test your listening skill. Just, it's a 1-minute activity. I'm trying to test your listening skill. Listen to my instruction carefully. Do what I say. My instruction, I repeat my instruction, do what I say. I hope you got it. Do what I say. Now, all of you take the pointing finger and put it on your nose. Take your pointing finger and put it on your nose. How many of you put it on your nose? I see most of you have.
We did it.
What did I say? What is my instruction? I said do what I say.
Yes.
Do what I say. But what I said was put your pointing finger on your nose, but whereas I put it on my forehead. Yes. If I say do what I do, you just have to repeat what I do. So put
Madam,
your pointing finger
most,
on your.
sorry for the interruption. Most of the students they blindly follow their teachers.
Yeah. So you're all.
Thank you, madam.
That is the reason why I said I want to test your listening skills. So let the students blindly do not follow. Let them check us also, so that we update ourselves. So let them not follow us blindly. So I think most of you have seen you put it on your nose. So this is just, I want to test your listening skill, but most of you, of course, you put it on your forehead. Great listeners. Okay, this was just a small funny activity. Now, let me move on to the topic that is entrusted to me, that is listening skills. Yeah. Please listen very carefully, because within for the next half an hour to come, I promise you will all be able to speak at least 50% of English. Just listen to the instructions carefully. Now, my reasons as an English lecturer. So previously we said it is because of the influence of the mother tongue or lack of exposure, or because you are not attending training programs. But my main reason as an English lecturer, what I would like to tell you is, just now let us take Telugu. See, Telugu, nobody need to teach us vocabulary, grammar, or pronunciation. We are perfect in that. Now, when it comes to English, we have all these problems. Now, if you take Telugu, can you tell me which skill comes first? Listening, speaking, reading, writing, which skill comes first when you speak Telugu? Speaking. You learn Telugu language. I put it the other way around. When you learn Telugu language, which skill comes first? Yes, because we are learning stuff. When you learn Telugu language, which skill comes first? Is it listening or speaking or reading or writing?
First, we can acquire writing skills because we are writing first English language.
Telugu, ma'am, I'm speaking about Telugu. Telugu, which skill comes first?
I'm listening.
I think that I have some consequences from NRC.
Madam,
Please.
language is just listen and learn.
Yeah, first you listen. Yeah, good. Then
try to imitate, that is speaking.
yeah, very good, sir. Yeah, first you listen to your parents, then you speak, and then
Try to memorize, madam, that is reading.
Reading, finally writing.
And finally
Yeah.
writing.
That's great. Okay. So when it comes to Telugu language, you listen and immediately you speak. Immediately you speak Telugu, then you go to schools and you start memorizing it, or you read or write. Now come to English language. I'm trying to tell you why we are all scared of speaking English language. Now take English language. Which skill comes first? Which skill comes first?
Writing first, madam.
Listening.
Please, I'm able to hear two answers at a time. Kindly, one of you respond. Which skill comes first when you learn English language?
Reading, madam.
Yeah, you go to school and you start reading or
Reading
writing?
first. English skills. The first skill reading, madam.
Okay.
NRC Vijayawada from.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead.
First skill reading.
Reading, that is you read ABCD or write ABCD?
Some first words, madam. Words are ABCD alphabets.
Okay, yeah. So you write and then you study and then
If we take any language, listening comes first. Language, it is necessary to listen first.
Okay. So ma'am says first comes the reading skill and then the writing skill and then the listening, and finally which skill we get? Yeah, of course, it is speaking skills, right?
I mean, in schools actually, we first listen, then write, later read, and finally we speak.
So you come the other way around. When you go to school, you listen to madam speaking in English, and then you read, and then you write.
We write, we learn.
Yeah.
We try to read, finally we speak.
Okay. And then you speak. So you respond. Okay. It is speaking English is not just repetition of ABCD or words. Speaking English, that's why I said you need some fluency and accuracy and clarity. So what I'm trying to do.
That's why.
Yes, that's excellent. So speaking skill comes at the end. That is the only reason why we are unable to speak English, right? Telugu, of course, the second skill was speaking, whereas in English, the speaking skill is moved to the last position. Now it is our duty to get the speaking skill to the first position. So let me tell you some tips how to get the speaking skill to the first position. This is an important factor. This is the only factor why we are unable to speak English fluently. Number one is each language has its own structure in a sentence. Each language, Telugu has got its own, English has got a different structure. Now, let me come up with Telugu. In Telugu, we have the subject first, object, and then the verb. Listen carefully. I'll tell you a sentence in Telugu. Pilli elukanu champenu. Pilli elukanu champenu. So your subject is pilli, object is eluka, champenu is verb. Whereas in English it is the other way around. SVO. That is cat killed rat. So this is mainly the reason why this Telugu structure is interfering with our English structure. So we think in English and we speak, we think in Telugu and we speak in English. So that SOV structure is interfering with SVO. That is one reason we are committing mistakes. Now, this is my sentence. I do not like kakarkai. Do you say this is an English sentence or Telugu sentence? It is English or Telugu? I do not like kakarkai. Yeah, Adam. Yeah. Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, ma'am. Yeah. This is an English sentence, ma'am. Yeah, that's good, ma'am. Because almost 90% of the sentence is in English. The only word you are unable to get is kakarkai because the person doesn't know it is a bitter gourd. You call kakarkai as a bitter gourd. I call it as an English sentence. And thank you, ma'am. That was the right answer. So what I'm trying to tell you is you start speaking English. Doesn't mind if you commit mistakes in grammar, doesn't mind if you commit mistakes in pronunciation, doesn't mind even if you take the help of your Telugu language, doesn't mind, but you are able to convey it. But this is all initially, don't continue it forever, right? Don't continue it forever. So initially we can we all learn by mistakes, right? Success comes only after failure. But because you are failing, don't stop there, continue. Now comes my 1 second. This is not working. Share my screen. Yes, I'm extremely sorry for the technical glitches from my side. Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Sorry, I'm extremely sorry.
Okay, okay,
A
madam.
natural break, right? Here, instead of waiting for the tea break, I have given a natural break.
Okay.
So where I stopped was, I do not like kakarkai, and one of the lecturers has rightly responded that it is English sentence. Yeah, even I do say that is an English sentence. So I said the structure in English is SVO, that is subject, verb, and object. So in the very first slide, I said when you lack accuracy, I said we are going to give you some drilling exercises. Now I'm starting the drilling exercises. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can anyone tell this story? This is a very well-known stories we would have heard from our grandparents. These days, children, of course, they're not familiar with. They're very busy with their electronic gadgets. The story is visible. Everybody knows the story.
A thirsty crow,
Yeah.
which, madam, the story, it suggests so many things. First of all, to make an effort, try, till you die.
Oh, that's great. You have come out with the moral of the story. I'm bothered about this English. My duty here is to give you tips how to develop English speaking skills. Could you please, yeah, your moral is really good. It's a real life story. Can you speak at least 6 sentences in English? There are 6 pictures over there. Please, sir, please go ahead.
Once there was a thirsty crow,
Yeah.
which looks here and there for water.
Yeah.
What nowhere to be seen. At last, it found a pot. The crow went to the pot and looked inside. The water was bottom of the pot.
Okay.
Which he could not reach the water.
Okay.
He thought for a while.
Yeah.
And he wanted to quench his thirsty by some fruit or food.
Yes.
So he took some stones. First, he took a stone and dropped in the water, but the water may not get up.
Okay.
So this is how he tried. He took some more stones and put into the water. At last, the water came up to the pot.
Okay.
The crow quenched his thirsty and flew away.
Wow. Great, sir. Great story. Are you an English lecturer?
Madam, sorry to say yes, madam.
Huh?
Yes, I'm an English lecturer.
One big secret, the big secret between you and me is English lecturers are not supposed to attend this
Okay,
training.
okay, yes,
You're all
thank you.
exempted from
Sorry for
attending.
the.
Okay. Anyways, it's a good story, but I want any non-English lecturer to respond. Sir, may I know your name? Sorry, your presentation was really good. That's why I had a doubt whether you're an English lecturer or non-English. I don't say that non-English lecturers are bad in English.
Sorry,
In
madam.
my own college, I have Mr. Koteshwaraya sir. He speaks amazingly good English, and his drafting is amazingly good. So can any non-English lecturer respond? Because I'm going to help you out with a structure in English so that you will be able to speak at least 50 to 60% of English effortlessly. Keep aside the vocabulary, you will be able to. Anyway, sir, thank you for your...
Good afternoon, madam. We are coming from MRC Darimara. I want to tell this story in our words.
Okay.
Once upon a time, there is a village called Darimara. In that village, there is a black crow. It's a high of the crow wants to have some water. The crow sets in and around Darimara. But it could not find any water. Finally, the crow found a mouth with a amount of water. The crow tried to have water, but because the water is so dense in the past, then the crow got an idea. It got certain number of tables, and the crow got the tables in the past one by one. The water slowly come to the end of the part, then the crow found the water and satisfied its thirsty. Finally, the crow line. Thank you.
Big thumbs up, big thumbs up. Yes, sir, very good. And your pronunciation is also very good, up to the English lecturers thing. Now, see, in our class, we have our class is a heterogeneous group. We have advanced learners, the medium learners, and consideration regarding the lecturers, because some of the lecturers, they feel so shy to speak English. Now I'm going to give you the structure with the help of which you can speak, I promise you, at least 60% of English. Later I'll be giving you some tips, and it is your responsibility to take the tips and improve your English language speaking skills. Now I'm coming out with a structure. So listen carefully. So I said English has got a unique structure, that is subject, verb, and object. If you follow this simple formula and you are able to understand the logic, you will be able to do wonders when you go back to your colleges, because Nagra sir has already provided you and facilitated you with lot of expressions before, during, and after. You can practice it and you will get in within no period of time. See, now your subject is crow, and sometimes it is water level. So if I supply the list of verbs to the students, will be able to speak English. Now, can one of you that logic you can go you am I not audible? Is anyone responding? I'm unable to listen.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam, it is audible.
Yeah, thank you. Can anyone respond, or can I move on to my next slide? It is very much there on the screen. This is a pattern drill we are going to give for we have been giving to our students, and whenever we train other engineering college lecturers, so that they'll gain some confidence. So this particular story is in present tense. I repeat it fast. Crow searches for water. Crow finds a pot. The water level is low. Crow gets an idea. Crow picks stones. Yeah, the sir has used a better word as pebbles. Then crow drops the stones into the pot. The water level rises in the pot. Crow drinks water and it flies away happily. So this is in present tense. The same story we can say in past tense. Same story. We can repeat in past tense. Yeah, this is in past tense. I'm still on to the same structure. Around the water and you are happening. Now, I'm coming to other subjects. Which subject lecturers mostly use I think kindly respond. Which subject lecturers? Lecturers of which discipline?
Madam, I am from Ignatic
Yes.
Because of your discontinuous voice, we are unable to hear the question, madam. Please repeat once.
Which subject lecturers use past tense? Is it audible now?
Sides of and reference are probably using the.
Yeah. Some of you has, you have one.
I am from NRC Tadepalligudam. History subject lecturers have to use in past tense.
Issues now. Okay. So what I'm see first level I'll give subject, verb and object. The next time when I say the students, like, you know, I'll increase the complexity of what do I only verb. Sir, is my voice audible or still there are any issues? Sadipalli Gudam, can you please respond?
Yes, ma'am. History subject lecturers have to speak in past tense.
Yes. Yeah, you speak in past. So now I'm actually increasing the complexity of my speaking skills. So I'm not giving subject, I'm not giving object. So only I'm giving you only verbs. Only verbs. I think you are familiar with this story also. Now can anyone respond, please? We have got only half an hour time. I'm yet to ponder upon few more points. You know pretty well the story, The Greedy Dog. I think the title of the story is Greedy Dog. I have already given you the verbs there. Just look at the words and respond. Any one of you, please.
Responding from NRC PVKN.
PVKN, okay.
So this story is about greedy dog.
Yeah. This is what I'm telling. Yeah.
So once there was a dog catching the ball in its mouth.
Okay.
So it gets a ball, and while crossing the river, dog saw its image in the river. So dog thought that another dog is having a bone in its mouth, so dog barks, and then the bone fell into water, and the dog lost its bone. It realizes afterwards, and then leaves very sadly.
Okay, good. May I know who narrated the story? I'm unable to see you all.
Dr. M. Arun Kumari.
Oh, Aruna Kumari ma'am, thank you. Good narration. Thank you. Okay, now the next level is I'm giving two subjects now. So first I have given subject, I have given verb, object, and then one story for practice, and then in past tense, and then I did not give subject and object, I have given only verb, and now I'm giving two subjects. I think I don't want to waste most of time on it. Still, if anyone want to respond, you can respond. This is also a very well known story. Ant and Dog. I think I should go ahead with if you permit me, I go ahead.
No, voice is not audible, madam.
My next slide.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible. Are you asking us to say the story of this picture?
Okay. It's a problem ఇక్కడ. Friday, I told her there was no problem. Friday, the same system. It went on very smoothly. Now am I audible?
Yes.
Ma'am, audible, ma'am. It's
Okay,
perfect.
thank you.
Yes, madam.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay. Now. Next slide. Okay. Now I'll come back to the history lecturers. Now I have given you some general instructions on how to speak English fluently from one aspect. I said if a person is proficient in English, I take three aspects into consideration: the grammar and vocabulary and the fluency, the clarity. Now we have completed the grammar part. Now I'm moving on to other subjects. So this is a topic related to history. Now please use past tense and try to speak few sentences on Akbar. History lecturers, or in my previous session, all the science lecturers responded to the history topics. Expect the same, or history lecturers can come forward. I have given you a few information gaps. Just few words. So with the help of those words, you can speak at least 5 sentences. History lecturers, please. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please.
I'm not history.
Yeah.
Economics lecturer from NRC Tadepalligudem.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah.
So this whole history has to be explained in past tense, you said, right?
Yes, yes.
So Akbar was an emperor.
Yes.
Who ruled India during 1556 and 1605.
Yeah.
He was succeeded by Humayun.
Yeah.
And he expanded the Mughal domain across Indian subcontinent.
Yeah.
He established central administration and adopted policies relating to culture.
Yeah.
And Jahangir, after Humayun, Jahangir succeeded Akbar.
Yeah, actually Humayun is the father, Akbar is the son, and Akbar's son is Jahangir. Madam, though you don't belong to the Department of History, you have really given a wonderful presentation. So thank you and congratulations. Good pronunciation too. Thank you, ma'am. So this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, this history lecturers can use this. Yeah, she rightly said Akbar was a great emperor and he ruled between 1556 and 1605. And he succeeded Humayun, like Humayun was the father of Akbar. And with the help of Bairam Khan, he expanded the Mughal domain throughout the Indian subcontinent. Later, because his empire was being expanded, he established a central administration system. And then he adopted he was a great Muslim emperor who has given, he gave importance to all the cultures and traditions. Though he conquered those territories, he allowed them to continue their culture and tradition, and that is why he has become a very famous person. Finally, Jahangir succeeded Akbar. Yes, the same thing you can continue with Shah Jahan. I don't want to go deep into this. History lecturers can try this the same way you can continue. Any one of you, please. This is a different famous person, and you all go to Agra to visit this famous monument.
Madam?
Yes.
Mumtaz Mahal, Taj Mahal.
Yeah. Yes, the great, one of the 7 wonders of the world.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Shah Jahan.
Yeah.
Shah Jahan is also Muslim emperor. He born on January 5th, 1592.
Yeah. Okay.
He married Mumtaz Begum.
Yeah.
Shah Jahan is also a Mughal emperor.
Yeah.
He built Taj Mahal.
Yes.
He also built Red Fort in Delhi.
Very good, sir.
And Delhi is the capital of Mughal Empire.
Yes.
Shah Jahan has 2 sons. The eldest son was Dara Shikoh.
Yeah.
He appointed him as the crown prince in 1657.
Yes.
Shah Jahan passed away in Agra Fort.
Yeah.
On January 22nd, 1666.
Yes, and he was 74. Sir, great presentation. Are you a history lecturer?
Thank you, madam. Yes, madam. I am history lecturer.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. So you were
Thank you,
able
madam.
to,
Thank you.
but one happiest thing is you have linked one sentence with other. Like you did not give simple sentences. You have linked one sentence with the other. That was a great presentation, sir. So
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can I do the story once again?
Yeah,
Can I have
sure.
the opportunity for this?
Sure, ma'am. Go ahead. My intention here is to make you all speak English without fear, with confidence.
Yes, ma'am. This is Dr. P.V. Radhika. I'm from SRR and CVR GDC Vijayawada. So Shah Jahan, the great emperor and a lover, and as a token of his affection towards his wife Mumtaz, he just gave a great gift called Taj Mahal today, which is the one of the finest wonder of the worlds of the total world. And actually, he was born on January 5th, 1592. And as I told earlier, he was married to Mumtaz, and this Shah Jahan belongs to the Mughal kingdom, and he built the Taj Mahal. And today, the Taj Mahal is the richest tourist place for so many Indians and even from the foreign countries, and has become the tourist attraction only because of the Shah Jahan. And he also built the Red Fort in Delhi, which is the capital of Mughal Empire. And Shah Jahan's eldest son was Dara Shikoh, and he was appointed as the crown prince in 1657. And on this is a very to sorrow to say that on January 22, 1666, Shah Jahan passed away, giving us so many rich, what do you call, the monuments in India at Agra at the age of 74. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful presentation. Nice pronunciation too. Thanks. So I rightly said there are many non-English lecturers who are perfect English speakers. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now, my next slide. So now we have completed one aspect of fluency, that is sentence structure, that is grammar. Fine. Now I move on to science lecturers. So look here. Now I said subject, verb, object. For science lecturers, just verb and object is enough. Just verb and object, you can do wonders. You can, in chemistry labs and physics labs and botany departments and zoology dissections, you give you concentrate only on instructions, right? So you have to leave the subject. Directly, you have to start with verb. Without giving any hints, I think all the listeners are highly efficient. I need not give you some sort of drilling exercises. Actually, I thought of giving this drilling exercise. Just listen, all the science lecturers, you need to use only verb and object. You need not use subject. But because you're all proactive participants I have for this session, I'm so happy. So without giving the hint words, I'll ask one of you to give me instructions to withdraw money from ATM. Of course, we are all now, paying for through Google Pay or Phone Pay. Still, sometimes we go to ATM. Now I want only science lecturers to respond. I'm happy that history lecturers have responded, telling with whatever few hints I have given, they have wonderfully come up with their presentations using past tense. Now, coming over to the science disciplines, you use only verb and object, or else you want me to help out, I'll give you some words here. This is the procedure to withdraw money from ATM. Any botany lecturer, please? Yeah, NRC, I see one of you have raised your hand. NRC? Yes, ma'am. NRC Tadapalli. Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am lecturer in botany.
Botany, yes, ma'am.
The instructions to withdraw money from ATM, ma'am.
Yeah.
Go to the area, stand in a queue.
Yeah.
Wait for your turn. Then when your turn comes, insert the card.
Yeah.
There is a display where we have to select the language.
Yeah.
Then we have to select the type of withdrawal.
Okay.
And again, we need to enter it asks for a PIN code. Enter your PIN code, 4-digit PIN code. Then enter the amount to be withdrawn. Collect the cash. Press clear.
So before you leave you have to press clear twice, because the next person who comes to withdraw, he's not aware of it. Thank you, ma'am. Great presentation. Yes.
Madam, this is NRC Kadapa.
Yes.
Sir, I'm in the botany lab. We have the practicals only.
Yeah.
And we have the transition of the stem and leaf, everything.
Yeah.
And shows in the microscope.
Yeah.
And we will give the instructions of the students.
Yes.
That is a practical, madam.
Yes. Theory?
Madam?
Yeah. So
we will mostly to discussion about the theory.
Yeah.
Theory we will be give the practical.
Oh, okay. First you give theory and then go to practicals.
Yes, madam.
Okay. So, sir, I think you're also from the Department of Botany. There is one experiment called thistle funnel experiment.
Madam, that is a funnel experiment and oxygen. That means in the photosynthesis, madam.
Yeah, this is there for you. I'm helping you out.
Yes, madam. Absorption of the carbon dioxide with the light in the chlorophyll.
Yeah.
Will gives the energy of CH2O and in the water, madam, and evolution of the oxygen. That is the thistle funnel experiment.
Okay. So this is what I learned from one of my colleagues, Dr. Koteshwar Rao, sir, Department of Botany, Puttur. So yeah, he said another experiment. I think you're aware of this experiment too. I'm a literature student, so
Madam?
Yeah, this what do you use this experiment, potato? Is it to prove osmosis? Thistle funnel experiment?
Yes, madam. Potato.
Yeah.
That is osmosis experiment, madam.
Okay.
That is the principle of higher tension molecule absorbs the lower tension molecule.
Okay.
So that is the potato experiment, madam.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your presentation. So I thought of giving you some words so that you'll come up. Anyways, you have already come up with chlorophyll. And now my last discipline is physics. This is Newton's first law of motion. So now we will move on to verb and object. You might also use one more object, doesn't matter. If you think it is necessary for you to use object too, doesn't matter. The sentence structure remains the same. It will not be affected by even if you introduce object too. So I think this is Newton's first law of motion. Yeah, my physics colleague said that if an object is in the resting position, it will remain so unless and until it is disturbed by an external force. Same is the case with an object. If it is in motion, it continues to be in motion unless until it is interrupted by external force. So to prove that, you have to give a small experiment. Please, physics lecturers, this is a very small experiment. So I'm happy. History lecturers responded, botany lecturers responded. Physics lecturers, please.
The ritual versus the moment of inertia. Physics.
Yes.
Physics. Actually, how does it
Third land.
Please. My time is running out. I can't enter into other resource persons' teaching time. Okay, please permit me to move ahead. So this is what I want to say. And next, see, now we are able to speak English. At least, are you confident of speaking at least 50% of English? I take it from you because you have all given wonderful response. So now the next part is, now we are speaking individual sentences. Let us join the sentences with the help of linkers. See, whatever I have put in red color, they are all linkers. I can share it with you. I'll share it to Anil sir. I think he'll forward it to you. With the help of these linkers, we also call them as discourse markers or transitional markers. You will speak English fluently. Instead of speaking simple sentences, you are connecting each sentence. See, this is how you connect it. Here I said, just place the ball in the box. I'm sorry. Yeah, place the ball in a box, push the box slowly, stop the box abruptly. Instead of saying so, you can just say, initially place the ball in a box, later Push the box slowly. Finally, stop the box abruptly. Then you'll have some meaningful paragraph. Now, my next aspect is vocabulary. I'm going to give you tips how to develop your vocabulary. Please take it as your responsibility and develop your vocabulary. The first thing how to develop your vocabulary is reading habits. You ask your children or your students or at the most yourself by reading short stories. See, this is how we recommend because some of the lecturers will be asking us, ma'am, suggest us some books to improve our vocabulary or for that matter, how to improve your communication skills. So the first thing we tell is read small stories. If you come across any difficult word, look up in a dictionary. Of course, you need not look up in a dictionary. These days you have your Google, you browse through the Google and memorize it, practice it, and next time when the situation comes, use it. So the first tip to improve your vocabulary is read short stories that are moral stories. The next stage is newspapers, and then go to magazines, and then to a larger thing that is short stories, and then novels, etc. Now, another important way of developing your vocabulary is take a theme. Take a theme. Now the theme I have taken is airport. So collect all the vocabulary that are related to airlines. So instead of learning like this, airport. So my next tip to develop your vocabulary is take a theme and collect all the vocabulary related to that particular theme. My theme here is airport. Airport have almost 20 words. So this is what I call an airport. Yeah. This is airport. And this is what we call boarding. This is another word related to boarding. This is your boarding pass. In boarding pass, they'll give you arrival time, the departure time, your gate number. These are all the vocabulary, right? Boarding pass, gate number, terminal, and the time of arrival and the departure. And this is carry-on luggage. This is another term for airport. All the words related to airport. This is a carry-on luggage which you can have along with you when you board the flight. And then this is what I call check-in. And then this is what I call conveyor belt, wherein you can collect your luggage after you get off the flight. And then she's disappointed because the flight is delayed. Delayed is another one. And this is economy class. And this is first class. And this is business class. And this is the gate number. So this is one way of developing your vocabulary. First way is read stories, magazines, and everything. And this is the passport. Finally, this is one-way ticket. And she is customs officer. So whenever you have to, you take some electronic gadgets or something like that, you have to go through the customs thing. And finally, this is visa. When you want to enter from one country to another country, invariably they'll check for the visa. Okay. Now, the last method which I'm going to tell you, I think I'm barging into your tea time. Sorry. I'm come back to vocabulary. So we have finished with the structure of English. And the third and final wonderful way of developing your vocabulary is the phrasal verbs, all the equivalent Telugu words which we are unable to express. Can you tell me what is the word for pongadam, palu pongadam? I was busy talking over phone and palu pongadam English lo emantaru. What is the right word? I promise all our Telugu equivalent words are available in phrasal verbs. A great author has come up with number of phrasal verbs. See, this is a third and the easiest and interesting way of developing your vocabulary. If you take a phrasal verb is nothing but a verb plus a preposition. So towards the left, you see all the verbs, and right side, you see all the prepositions. So as soon as the preposition changes, the entire meaning changes. So look at is, you're all just physically looking at me and I'm all looking at you. Look into is investigation. Look for is search for something. Look forward is you are looking forward to your bright future. Look down upon is insulting someone. Look up is improving. Look out is watch. So this is the most important way of developing your vocabulary. There are many phrasal verbs regarding your feelings, your relationships, the secrets, the daily routine, social gathering, and classrooms. So this is what I wanted to tell you. Thank you all for your patient listening. Why am I not going into academic vocabularies? For the next tomorrow and day after tomorrow, your master trainers are going to train you in the academic vocabulary. So these are of 3 types: tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So they are going to deal with all this vocabulary, which I'm not going to focus now. So finally, what we have learned today is English is a very, very simple language. It is not at all complicated. So once when you concentrate on little bit of grammar, the vocabulary and the pronunciation, you all become great English lecturers. So what I'm trying to tell you is the students don't learn English only in the English class. They also try to learn in your subject specific things. So wish you all the best. So I only hope after you go back to your colleges, let us all try to deliver our lectures in English. Thank you for your patient listening. Have a great day ahead. So let us all break for tea. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your excellent lecture. I think any participant from any NRC can give any feedback.
Yes, sir. This is Rekha from Vishakhapatnam, sir.
Please, madam.
Sir, this is Rekha, Vishakhapatnam. And I would like to thank this beautiful speaker, Sharani Garu, for giving us a very good lecture. And what I found interesting was the subject, verb, and object. That particular thing was quite interesting to me, ma'am, and I enjoyed it a lot. And the way you put the verb and prepositions in the last slide was also very good. Thank you, ma'am. It was quite a game changer for me. And as a non-English teacher, I thank you very much for your lecture. It was on par with the other, if you speakers. Thank you very much, ma'am. One thing which I liked a lot is that you encouraged all of us to speak in I mean, you didn't want us to speak in English, in other, for example, American accent or British accent. You want us to speak in Indian accent itself. That was like, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Have a great evening. Thank you, Anil sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes.
NRC Vijayawada SR College, madam.
Yes,
Your
madam.
presentation, very good presentation, madam, by giving examples from stories. It is very useful to me, all participants in this NRC, madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, madam, for your encouraging words.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
NRC, PVKN.
PVKN. Yes.
Presentation was really, really wonderful and interesting, but some technical issues, due to some issues, we were unable to interact with you. Why? Because you have touched all the mean, subject-wise you have taken and slowly we need to also you were speak, you made us speak English like through something. Also, when use story and quite like this way, then what we then so these subjects when I think how we can speak in even our teach subjects are very simple way and easy way and interesting way. So that's why I think that should be very nice and is very useful also.
Thank you, madam. But one disappointing thing was there were some technical problems. But for those technical problems, I think I would have performed better.
Thank you. Now, instruction to master trainers, please go ahead as per schedule. As instructed, you need to engage all the participants and involve who are very shy of talking, especially English medium of instruction. And also, as instructed, you have to ask them to record their voice. Whatever they speak, whether it is 3 minutes or 2 minutes or 5 minutes, you ask them to record in their mobiles and they can play back and listen and they can improve like this. So such skills you have to import under TT2P, that is talk time to the participants. Thank you very much. We are closing down and tomorrow we meet again. All the best.
Sir,